Are you going to publicly say you're inside?
I got enough members.
Okay, well, I'll call you later. Bye.
Obviously, there's a lot of interest in this hearing. I thank the Secretary for coming. Before I give my opening statement and Senator Durbin gives his opening statement, I think we can expect in a hearing this important that we ought to have utmost of decorum during this hearing. Both the witnesses and the members of this committee need to treat each other with respect, and I hope the people in the audience will likewise treat this very important oversight hearing with the respect that it deserves. Secretary Noem, if you get cut off before you're able to answer, I'll give you time to finish your answer after the member's 10-minute has run out. Also, at any time, if you need a break, just let me know. And I think we had a request from your office that take a break maybe of 5 minutes halfway through the meeting, but if you want other breaks, just let us know. And for all the members, there's a 10-minute round of questioning, and I'm pretty liberal. If you got 5 seconds left in your 10 minutes and you start your question before the 5 seconds run out, I'll let you finish your question, but don't extend it into a 5-minute speech because we got to keep pretty much on time here. So once again, I would welcome everybody to the Judiciary Committee's oversight hearing for the Department of Homeland Security. This hearing comes amid a Democrat-led funding shutdown for the Secret Service, for FEMA, for TSA, and the Coast Guard. These agencies are vital to keeping our country safe. The hearing also comes as our military is engaged with Iran, and I offer my prayers and thoughts to our brave servicemen and particularly to those families that have lost loved ones. Now more than ever, I hope the Democrats will decide to end the shutdown. The Trump administration has worked to deport those who don't have a legal basis in our country. Unfortunately, in the process, some DHS officers, migrants, and protesters have felt threatened, were injured, and in very rare instances, even killed. Mistakes have been made. Let's make it clear, one death is too many. But officers should never be threatened or harmed while enforcing our laws. And there is a clear difference between conduct protected by the First Amendment and unlawful obstruction. From my perspective, I believe immigration enforcement and dignity aren't mutually exclusive. Secretary Noem, I look forward to hearing how you're addressing these important issues while continuing the department's mission. And your department's mission is, of course, one of the most challenging in government. The responsibilities of the Department of Homeland Security are immense. Your department operates in a dynamic environment with increased threats against officers. According to DHS, ICE officers have faced an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE officers have faced a more than 1,300% increase in assaults. Federal law enforcement officers risk their lives finding and arresting criminals. Those criminals have committed murder, sexual assault on women and children, and many have been part of criminal gangs. According to DHS, ICE has arrested tens of thousands of potential national security risks, and ICE has arrested over 1,500 known or suspected terrorists and made over 7,000 gang arrests. Criminals like this destroy the lives of innocent people and have no business being in our country. And many of them are here because the Biden administration's shameful open border policy. Under your leadership, the department has renewed focus on removing criminals from our neighborhoods. You've also accomplished what many of my Democratic colleagues have said could only be done through new laws. You did it by securing the border, and President Trump did as well. In 2025, border crossings decreased 93%. According to DHS and Customs and Border Patrol, 0 illegal immigrants were released into the country for 10 consecutive months. And Customs and Border Protection has seized over 617,000 pounds of drugs. For more than a decade, I've done oversight of unaccompanied migrant children. The Biden administration lost track of thousands of children. The Biden administration disgracefully released children improperly vetted sponsors with addresses including gas stations, shopping malls, movie theaters, and even Disney World. That ought to shock the conscience of every American, and we all love children. The Trump administration has located over 145,000 of these children lost by Biden's open border policy, and thank God for finding those children. The department has taken important steps to ensure these children are located and removed from harm. The examples I just shared are results that keep our communities safe. The example, Secretary Noem, you've also been more responsive than your predecessors to a favorite effort of my part, my oversight requests. Now, I say how you've been responsive, but to be intellectually honest, from the previous administration, that's a low bar to overcome. In August last year, you provided updates regarding my longstanding Afghanistan evacuee oversight. Since 2021, I've investigated the Biden administration's failure to vet Afghan evacuees. The Biden administration hid vetting failures from the public, and multiple inspectors general have since confirmed these vetting failures. As one example, the Biden administration failed to vet evacuees against all available Defense Department tactical data prior to being paroled. On September the 9th last year, DHS told my office that as of August 12th, 2025, thousands of Operation Allies welcome parolees were potentially national security risks. Records provided by DHS also show the Biden State Department recommended a special immigration visa to Afghan nationals charged with shooting 2 National Guardsmen here in Washington, D.C. According to the Biden State Department, at that time, the terrorist, quote, poses no threat to national security, end of quote. The Biden administration's failure to put this country at risk. Yet, my Democratic colleagues keep trying to ignore that historical fact. You all know I'm a strong supporter of inspectors generals and oversight. Inspector General Kafari has told my office several times that he's been restricted by DHS memo from speaking to certain congressional committees about classified report. That report is about covert testing of the Transportation Security Administration checkpoint security screening. I hosted last year a bicameral, bipartisan, classified briefing with senior DHS officials on that matter to do what I can to bring about transparency. I asked the Inspector General, Kafari, to attend, but he declined, asserting that there was a memo in the department preventing him from doing so. I've also commissioned the Government Accountability Office to review the matter relating to that classified report. Government Accountability Office has said they've been unable to obtain possession of the report and access to relevant Transportation Security Administration personnel. Inspectors General and the Government Accountability Office help bring about transparency, and we all know transparency brings accountability to government. Secretary Noem, if what my office has been told is accurate, these matters should have been ironed out a long time ago. If that isn't accurate, you can tell me. Lastly, after your confirmation, you worked with me to restore 3 whistleblowers to their jobs. Thank you for helping me, but more importantly, thank you for bringing justice to those people, because those whistleblowers faced tremendous retaliation for just reporting what the government should have been doing. They blew the whistle on the government's failure to comply with DNA Fingerprint Act of 2005. By executive order, President Trump has required compliance with that law. Now those whistleblowers have been elevated to supervisory roles. They'll receive back pay to cover years of financial losses. For 2 of them who needed it, their law enforcement credentials, badges, and firearms were reauthorized. Often I say whistleblowers are treated like skunks at a picnic, and these were treated like skunks by the previous administration. That administration failed to do right by these whistleblowers. I appreciate your leadership in righting the wrongs against those patriotic whistleblowers. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this oversight hearing. After months of excuses and delays from Secretary Noem, we finally gathered together. When I was chair, I restored this committee's longstanding tradition of regular oversight hearings with the Secretary of Homeland Security. Today's hearing is long overdue. We are joined today by friends and family members of individuals currently in ICE detention or who have been deported. I thank them for traveling here today. Their presence is a reminder that the policies implemented by DHS under your leadership, Madam Secretary, have a devastating impact on the lives of real people. Let me also say a word of those who have been, their families have been the victim of violence by immigrants. Although immigrants as a group commit less crime than native-born Americans, there is no excuse for violence, and what you've gone through is a just terrible situation that I will willingly acknowledge. From my point of view, we need an orderly process at the border to start with. And secondly, we should never knowingly allow a dangerous person into this country. And if someone is in this country seeking citizenship and commits a crime, serious crime, they should be asked to leave or incarcerated. Bottom line, there's a way to deal with immigration that is sensible and humane on both sides. More than a dozen years ago, 2 members of this committee, myself and another member, worked with a bipartisan group under Senator John McCain to write a comprehensive immigration law which dealt with many of the issues we've been working on since. It passed in the United States Senate with over 60 votes, bipartisan, supported by business and labor and religious leaders across the board. Unfortunately, the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives refused to take it up. Had we passed that and made it the law of the land, we could have avoided a lot of the terrible things that have occurred since. Madam Secretary, under your leadership, the Homeland Security Department has been devoid of any moral compass or respect for the rule of law. Without hesitation or remorse, DHS agents have wreaked havoc in our cities. I've seen it in the city of Chicago, and acted with unspeakable cruelty against children, immigrant families, and American citizens. This administration's reckless immigration enforcement campaign is creating fear in communities and eroding the foundational tenets of our democracy. Democrats believe that Congress must do its job and rein in ICE abuses by requiring immigration agents to simply follow the same rules as local police. While Republicans claim the DHS shutdown is putting us at risk, the reality is this administration has engaged in mass layoffs of career national security officials and diverted many others from protecting the homeland of the president's with the president's mass deportation campaign. This is all while Secretary Noem is sitting on an unprecedented amount of appropriated funds, more than the United States Marine Corps. The Republicans in Congress gave her this and gave her virtual decision-making power in terms of the execution of policies. And she is spending nearly $300 million on a fleet of luxury private jets so she can travel in style. Really? Secretary Noem has repeatedly claimed that the department is arresting the, quote, worst of the worst and making American cities safe. In fact, less than 14% of immigrants arrested during Trump's first year back in office had charges or convictions for violent criminal offenses. Less than 14%, 1 out of 7. Immigration agents arrive in cities without consulting local law enforcement. They roam the streets in paramilitary gear and arrest and detain people based on the color of their skin, their accents, and the language they speak, the infamous Kavanaugh stops. That is not a public safety operation. That is a paramilitary occupation. And Secretary Noem has made excessive force the department's default position. In my home state of Illinois, during the so-called Operation Midway Blitz, agents violently attacked, tackled, arrested, and detained immigrants and citizens. They conducted a military-style raid on an apartment complex, kicking down doors and zip-tying children. A Border Patrol agent shot an American citizen, Miramar Martinez, multiple times, 5 times. She miraculously survived. After the incident, the agent bragged on the internet, 5 shots, 7 holes. And this administration didn't just shoot her 5 times. They called her a domestic terrorist, tried to prosecute her on trumped-up charges that were ultimately withdrawn, and fought the public release of evidence in her case. In Minnesota, your agents shot and killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy, 2 American citizens. And as their families struggle with these horrible tragedies, they had to fight baseless accusations of domestic terrorism from Secretary Noem, the head of the agency responsible for their loved one's death. The department has also translated the president's racist attacks into immigration policy. President Trump has repeatedly called Somali immigrants, and I quote, garbage, and said that he doesn't want immigrants from what he calls, and I'm going to clean this up, S-hole countries. I heard him say that in the Oval Office repeatedly. Secretary Noem responded to what she called, quote, a full travel ban on every damn country that's been flooding our nation with killers, leeches, and entitlement junkies. It just so happens that every country covered by the Trump-Noem ban has a majority non-white population. Earlier this month, the Trump administration deployed Border Czar Tom Homan to Minneapolis, supposedly to end Operation Metro Surge. The president is reading his sinking poll numbers and finally recognized the American people are sick and tired and fed up with this heavily armed, masked secret police agents causing chaos in our cities. But the reality is the administration has not backed down from Stephen Miller's 3,000 person a day arrest quota. Meeting this quota is impossible without continuing indiscriminate enforcement. There simply are not enough of the so-called worst of the worst to do it. ICE agents are even arresting trafficking survivors like Luna, who was abused for years. In February 2025, the Trump DHS found Luna's application for a trafficking visa was bona fide. Today, Luna is still in detention. DHS has launched a cruel scheme to purchase massive warehouses for detaining immigrants, some designed to hold 8,000 people. To put that in perspective, our largest federal prison holds 4,000. Listen to what the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops said about this. The thought of holding thousands of families in massive warehouses should challenge the conscience of every American. Whatever their immigration status, these are human beings created in the image and likeness of God, and this is a moral inflection point for our country. Even with tens of billions of dollars at your disposal, the administration already cannot meet the basic needs of the 65,000 people currently in immigration detention. Detained individuals, including children and infants, are subject to abusive conditions and inadequate medical care. This includes Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old arrested with his father in Minnesota, who became ill in detention, and Amalia, an 18-month-old baby who became so sick with a respiratory illness she was hospitalized for 10 days, only to be returned to detention and denied medication. We have also seen an unprecedented number of deaths in ICE custody. 7 people died last December alone. 9 have died this year. This includes Geraldo Lunas Campos, who was choked to death by guards. This unavoidable tragedy was classified as a homicide by the county medical examiner. The Department of Homeland Security's response? Try and deport the witnesses as quickly as possible. Secretary Nome and her rogue immigration agents seem to believe they are above the law and accountable only to the president and Stephen Miller's evil vision of a hateful America. Chief Judge Patrick Schultz of Minnesota, a Republican appointee, found that ICE violated at least 96 court orders in Minnesota in January, the month of January alone, which he said was, quote, likely more than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. And hundreds of federal judges have ruled more than 4,440 times that ICE is detaining immigrants illegally. That is an extraordinary rebuke from the federal bench. It hasn't stopped there. This department has trampled on the Fourth Amendment, forcibly entering private homes and businesses without judicial warrant. The Trump administration has also punished individuals for exercising their rights to free speech and peaceful protest under the First Amendment. They revoked a student's visa for writing an op-ed in America. In America. They have subpoenaed social media companies for information on Americans who have criticized ICE. ICE agents have found the addresses of peaceful protesters and showed up their homes to intimidate them. Now the administration is even threatening to interfere with our elections. President Trump has suggested that the federal government should nationalize elections. Top Trump ally Steve Bannon recently said, "We're going to have ICE surround the polls. We'll never again allow an election to be stolen," end of quote. Secretary Nome went further, and this is what you said, and I quote, "Make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to head this country." And the administration has threatened immigration enforcement surges if state officials do not turn over their voter rolls and raided an election office in one swing county. We must ask, what is President Trump's endgame for this reign of state-sponsored violence against America's own citizens? History teaches us that immigrants are the first target when an authoritarian regime seeks to erode civil rights and consolidate power. But immigrants are never the last target. And we know that Donald Trump does not respect the constitutional rights of any American, regardless of party. Secretary Nomes, this is the first time we met. I've been on this committee for more than 2 decades. I worked with every one of your predecessors of both political parties. I tried to meet with you before and after your confirmation, but you refused every request. I want to be clear, and you should know this. No official on this side of the rostrum or the other is above the law. You have no right to deploy immigrant agents as a paramilitary force in American cities. You swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, you have an obligation to answer questions posed by the member of this committee so that meaningful accountability can begin for the terror we are witnessing in America every day.
Would you please stand to be sworn? Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you for that positive response. Please go ahead and give your opening statement. No. Okay. We'll. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member, Senator Durbin, as well, and the distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you today and talk about the important matters and work that the Department of Homeland Security does every single day. The Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, could maybe pull the microphone closer to you, please? Okay. And the red light is on?
Yep, it is.
Okay, proceed.
The Department of Homeland Security was established in the aftermath of 9/11, one of the darkest days in our nation's history. That resulted in the death of nearly 3,000 Americans. The mission of the Department of Homeland Security at that time was just as critical as it is today. We protect our American people, we prevent acts of terrorism, and we defend our homeland. Every action that the Department of Homeland Security takes is guided by that mission and by that responsibility. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and the hard work of the men and women of DHS, our department has delivered historic results and has made our communities safer. Since the start of President Trump's second term, daily encounters along the southwest border declined by 96% compared to the Biden administration's daily average. We've reached the lowest levels ever recorded in U.S. Customs and Border Protection's history. In President Trump's first year, total Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border were less than the average of a single month under the Biden administration. For 10 straight months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the United States. And in President Trump's historic first year back in office, nearly 3 million illegal aliens have left the United States as a result of the administration's enforcement efforts from following the law. That includes 2.2 million that have voluntarily left and returned back to their home countries, and more than 675,000 detainments and deportations. A majority of the aliens that were arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement have a criminal record and have been charged with or convicted of secondary crimes in addition to their initial crime of being in the United States illegally. During this period, ICE has arrested over 1,500 known and suspected terrorists, more than 7,700 known gang members, many of them that were allowed to come into this country under the Biden administration. We have also reached the lowest murder rate in the last 125 years since that data was tracked. Under President Biden, more than 450,000 unaccompanied alien children went missing or were lost due to the dangerous open border policies that were embraced. Under President Trump, the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Health and Human Services have already located over 145,000 of these children and returned them back to their families and back to people who care about them. And we will not stop until every single one of those children is found. Fentanyl trafficking at the southern border is down. It's been cut by over 56% because of that secure border and the enforcement actions that have been taken there. And that's compared to the same period of time in 2024. The Coast Guard has seized enough cocaine the past year to prevent quantities capable of killing more than 193 million Americans, and it's kept them off of our streets. In fact, total interdiction efforts under the Trump administration have prevented 1.7 billion lethal doses of drugs from killing our next generation of Americans. These results reflect the fact that we are enforcing the laws that Congress has passed. I want to address the dangerous environment that our ICE officers face on the streets today. They are facing a serious and escalating threat as a result of deliberate mischaracterizations of their heroic work and rhetoric that demonizes our law enforcement. DHS has documented an 8,000% increase in death threats against our ICE officers and their families, as well as more than 1,300% increase in assaults while carrying out the lawful enforcement operations that they do every single day. I recognize that members of this committee may hold differing views about immigration policy, but it's important that we distinguish between disagreements over policy and the department's operational responsibility to enforce existing law that has been passed by Congress. It's our duty as a department to defend our homeland. The latest Democrat-led shutdown of DHS is reckless, it's unnecessary, and it undermines the American national security, and it harms the men and women who work at DHS and their families. Despite the House passing a bipartisan, bicameral full-year DHS funding bill, it is Senate Democrats who've chosen not to fund the department and have held this department hostage. As a result, critical national security missions, including border security, immigration enforcement, aviation security, disaster response, cybersecurity, and the protection of critical infrastructure are all being strained. Our ability to provide for a safe and successful World Cup is being hindered as well. More than 100,000 dedicated DHS employees are once again being asked to work without pay for the third time in just 5 months. At a time when we've produced the most secure border in history and removed nearly 3 million illegal aliens from our country, disrupting the department responsible for those gains is indefensible. I want to thank the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security for their professionalism, for their dedication, for their commitment to keeping America safe and continuing to show up and work even though they aren't being compensated for it. They've kept us safe and they have patience, and our success is only possible because of their service and sacrifices. I also want to thank our angel families that are behind us to tell their stories and testimonies, and also thank my husband for being here in support as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Mr. Chairman, and to all the distinguished members. I look forward to your questions today. With that, I yield back.
I have spoken about the 10-minute times that we have. Get it up to 10 minutes for me. It's on 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you for your testimony. The previous administration's open border policy brought millions of people to this country. We don't know everyone's background or true intent for entering, but we know many of these had ill intent. Given the Iran conflict, what steps has Homeland Security taken to protect the against potential Iranian sleeper cells and related terrorism?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We work every single day with our intelligence agencies and law enforcement partners to make sure that we are investigating and finding any threats to the homeland here within our borders. We work with the FBI often, and Homeland Security Investigations specializes in this kind of work each and every day. Not only that, we go back and we are re-vetting some of the individuals and some of the programs that we may have concerns about, looking at social media, also going through those interviews that are necessary for some of our programs that the Biden administration abused and perverted under their time there as well. We look at the fact, Mr. Chairman, that over the last administration, when millions of people streamed across our border, we don't necessarily know who all came into our country. We know that we have many dangerous individuals that came in unvetted, and we are working every single day to find them and to make sure that we're preventing the next attack and preventing the next crime they may perpetuate against the American people.
Yeah. You heard in my opening statement about the Inspector General's report on airport security screening. After Congress had been told of the report, you announced $1 billion in airport security upgrades. Press report have sources attacking you for changing the shoe removal policy. Does the $1 billion investment relate to the issue in the Inspector General's report? And then I have a follow-up to that.
Well, sir, I can't speak directly to that report because it is classified. I will tell you that all of the recommendations that the Inspector General had in that report have already been implemented, and that there was flawed data included in it. What I will tell you is the $1 billion investment is necessary at our TSA security checkpoints because it's been over a decade since a significant upgrade has happened. We have new technologies that can be used in X-ray baggage scanners, abilities to use information and new technologies to scan individuals that would be more efficient, allow people to get through the security checkpoint and get to their planes on time and ensure their safety. The number one priority of TSA is security, and we make sure that we are continuing to use all of the options and tools available to us to make sure that they are safe as they travel through our airports and in our airways.
Thank you for that report. The follow-up is, was going to ask for those details, but you've given me those details. Have these details been communicated to the Inspector General?
Yes, they have, sir. And I wanted to also, in regards to your comments in your opening statement, there's nothing preventing the IG from coming and briefing members of Congress, and he's free to do that. We just need to remember it's a classified document and use those protocols to ensure that it remains classified.
Regarding Afghan evacuee oversight of mine, you informed my office that thousands of Afghan parolees were potential national security risk. Nearly 1,000 was reported to me on August 12th last year. What steps have you taken with the interagency partners to investigate these parolees, and what, if any, national security concerns still exist because of the previous administration's failures to vet?
Well, Mr. Chairman, some of the things that we have implemented under President Trump's administration is to go back and look at those individuals who came in under Operation Allies Welcome and make sure that we're re-vetting those, especially those that have come in the last 4 years under the Biden administration, recognizing that they weren't tracking necessarily biometrics or their social media present communication, how they were doing since they'd come to the United States. And also, sir, there's a requirement under that program to come back every single year and do an interview to discuss with them and have conversations on what they're doing in the United States, how they're transitioning to the United States under that program, and that was not being done. So we're going back and re-vetting all of those individuals and making sure that we know that if someone is here in this country, that they love America, they want to be a part of our way of life, and they don't wish to do us harm.
I'd like to have you provide me an update on the Afghan evacuee data. As I said in my opening, Trump administration has located over 145,000 children that the previous administration lost. Your department is also performing welfare checks on these children. Describe the ongoing efforts that your department is taking to find children who've yet to be located, and how recent welfare checks exposed previous vetting failures.
Yes, I would say those 450,000 children that came into this country that were unaccompanied alien children were lost by the Biden administration, not tracked. We've located about 145,000 of them, and we've done that through the investigative work of our Homeland Security Investigations team. They are phenomenal at the work that they do, and they specialize in child trafficking, sex trafficking, and finding individuals that would perpetuate that harm against our children. The one thing that has been challenging is that under the Biden administration, the government paid sponsors in HHS in order to host these children. And those sponsors, many times, we found instances where they trafficked these children themselves. So under that administration, we not only had children that were in this country as a part of a program, the government was paying individuals that were knowingly trafficking them and abusing them. That has stopped. We have gone through and found these children and put them back with their families when we have the opportunity to do so, and with loved ones that will care for them. And I would say that even in one case, we have other countries where we've been working with them to get their children back home, where we've been prevented returning these families back and helping them to be reunified by activist judges. But we will continue to work to ensure that these individuals and these children that were abused by the trafficking over the border have the opportunity to be brought back to their families and to their loved ones going forward.
I want to bring up administrative warrants. There's been questions raised about your department use of them. Immigration laws include complex and specialized legal processes. For the record today, please briefly discuss how the administrative warrant works and how often they're used.
Well, an administrative warrant is utilized on a regular basis because it's the process that Congress has given us. It's the process in immigration law that you've given us to ensure that someone is returned back to their home country. And I would say that most of the time when it gets talked about, it's inaccurate. In the 400,000 cases that ICE has used these administrative warrants, only 28 times have they been used to enter a home. So it is the legal process that we have, that we follow as given to us by Congress, and it's been affirmed by the Supreme Court as the correct way to follow the law. We will continue using this tool as it's important in the duties that the Department of Homeland Security is responsible for.
Under both Democrat and Republican presidents, I've conducted oversight of employees called special government employees. By law, these employee is limited to 130 days a year of government work, and it's been understood that a partial day is 1 day at work. Have you ensured the SGE personnel follow all laws, rules, and regulations as intended?
Yes, sir. They have career officials at the Department of Homeland Security that track that data, and they've all followed the laws and the rules regarding special government employees.
You stated that the Department of Government Efficiency found software on your government devices that was used to improperly surveil you and other political officials. What's the status of the investigation into that matter, and has any disciplinary action taken?
Yes, sir, there was software that was doing surveillance on political appointees at the Department of Homeland Security, and there was measures put in place where some people were removed from their positions and accountability measures put in place. And we continue to monitor our systems as the agency that is trusted with cybersecurity and ensuring that our critical infrastructure is protected from hacking attempts from foreign nationals who wish to do us harm or individuals within this country. We take seriously the amount of software, surveillance, and work that we do within the department as well.
My 10 minutes are up. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Secretary Noem, the nation has watched horrified as immigration agents killed Renee Good, Alex Preddy. In Chicago, one of your Border Patrol agents shot Miramor Martinez 5 times after ramming her car. You and your agency rushed to brand these victims as, quote, domestic terrorist. We have ample video evidence and eyewitness testimony proving you are wrong. Your statements caused immeasurable pain to these families. Let me give you an opportunity to do the right thing. Do you retract these statements identifying these individuals as domestic terrorists?
You know, Senator Dermott, when we have these situations happen, we always offer our condolences to those families, and I offer mine as well. These are tragic situations, and I can't imagine what these families go through in losing a loved one. What I will say is we always work to provide the American people with as much information as possible, that we're relying on reports from the ground and from agents that are there, and working to be transparent, and we'll continue to do all that we can to provide the accurate information and the facts to people as we can.
Where did you get that information? In a recent hearing before the HISGAC committee, CBP and ICE officials testified under oath that their agencies did not inform you that Preddy was a domestic terrorist during that hearing, stated during that hearing.
I was getting reports from the ground from agents at the scene, and I would say that it was a chaotic scene, as you've seen in Minneapolis and St. Paul, as immigration enforcement has gone forward, and we've worked at targeting the worst of the worst, that many times our agents have been faced with violent
the victims of that violence domestic terrorists as a way to calm the scene?
These violent terrorists have put them in a situation where it's unprecedented what these agents have faced. So that situation on the ground that day was chaotic, and it was something that they were transpiring and sharing information with us.
Can you explain why you decided to brand these victims that we all saw on video who were out protesting the activities of your agency and were killed as a result of it? How did you think that calling them domestic terrorists at that scene was somehow going to calm the situation?
You know, Senator, we are working in those situations where there's a tragic loss of life and that there is something that our agents are involved in, that we continue to deliver information.
Is it so hard to say you were wrong?
We continue, as these investigations continue to go, we will provide, I absolutely strive to provide factual information, and we'll continue to do that.
And when you fail, do you admit it publicly?
Absolutely. We always know that there's room for improvement, that we will.
Stop the talk, so.
Keith Porter Jr. and Dr. Linda Davis. They were Americans killed by ICE. You have not given their family any justice. Say their names. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter.
I think you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to turn to another incident where DHS is concealing the facts from the American public. Geraldo Luna Campos died in an immigration detention. DHS claimed he killed himself, but an independent medical examiner found his death was a homicide. Witnesses stated Mr. Campos was strangled by the guards at a detention facility. Instead of investigating this death, your department tried to deport the witnesses to the crime. It took a judge intervening to ensure the fact that these witnesses remain in the country for investigation. Secretary Noem, who ordered those witnesses be deported?
Sir, I can't speak to the details of that case as it continues to be investigated, but I do know that within our detention facilities, we have the highest federal standards of any detention facilities compared to state or other local facilities that may detain.
There was an effort to deport the witnesses?
Sir, I'm not aware of that, and I will continue to look at that. Whenever there is an incident where we have someone who works for DHS that has done something wrong, there is always an evaluation, an investigation, and there is consequences for that. So we will continue to do that investigation and make sure that the right thing is done if something was.
Who's doing the investigation?
There are internal investigations within.
Internal investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. ICE and.
Outside independent agency that's part of that investigation?
Not that I'm aware of at this point in time, but I may not be able to speak to the details of this case because I'm not fully informed on it.
Shame, a man lost his life. Just last week, the Republican-appointed chief federal judge in Minnesota identified over 200 court orders that ICE officials had violated in the last 2 months. He wrote, quote, "The court is not aware of another occasion in the history of the United States in which a federal court has had to threaten contempt again and again and again to force the U.S. government to comply with court orders." In a sworn declaration, the Trump Justice Department itself acknowledged that your agency has violated court orders more than 50 times in recent weeks in one state, New Jersey. Secretary Noem, is DHS required to follow federal court orders?
Yes, sir, and we do comply with federal court orders.
How do you explain that your agency has repeatedly violated court orders, as your own administration has admitted?
Sir, we follow court orders, and when they apply and when the jurisdiction and decision is applicable to a federal agency like ours.
I'm sorry, would you clarify what you ended that with?
We follow court orders when they are given to us. Federal court orders we follow, absolutely.
So these judges are wrong?
No, I'm not saying that they're wrong, and I can't speak specifically to that statement that was given.
Let me ask you about DACA. Are you familiar with the program?
Yep.
Do you understand the people that are covered and protected by DACA have to go through a background check, which includes a criminal check? Yes or no?
Yes.
You do? Last week, your agency informed us that last year ICE arrested 261 DACA holders and deported 86 of them. We learned about a DACA recipient who'd lived in this country for decades, was arrested by ICE at her green card appointment. In tears, she hugged her daughter goodbye. She was deported to Mexico within 24 hours. Madam Secretary, why have you deported dozens of DACA holders who had to comply with a criminal background check to be eligible for DACA?
Sir, we follow all laws as applicable to the Department of Homeland Security
Why
and
did you
how we
deport
handle
them?
detainment and deportations.
Why did you deport them?
I don't know the details of that specific case you just read, but I'll look into it, sir. But we ensure that we follow the law that applies to our department and who we detain and who we deport back to their home
You
countries.
clearly violated the law if that is the case. Let me ask you about the fact that 85% of the 400,000 immigrants that ICE arrested during President Trump's first term in office had no violent criminal record. The president said over and over at his rallies, we're going after the worst of the worst, the terrorists, the murderers, the rapists. And then it turns out that 85% of the people you've gone after have no criminal history whatsoever. How do you explain that?
Sir, when you talk about violent crimes, what you're saying, the crimes that don't matter, that you aren't counting, are ones that affect American families every single day. You're not counting DUIs, you're not counting embezzlements, you're not counting theft, and you're not counting the other crimes against people and drug trafficking and proliferating that. So if you don't count those as crimes, that these individuals and impacting families in this country.
They are counted, and they calculated
Those-
14% of those that you
Those are not
arrested.
counted in your 14%. If you were counting crimes that these individual illegal aliens in this country have committed, it would be well over 65 to 70% of the individuals that are detained today have those crimes on their record, besides the crime of being in this country
Going to
illegally.
back that up with some information for me?
Absolutely, I will.
I certainly hope you will. How does taking a father from a child dying of cancer qualify? Where would that be? Is that a violent crime?
I don't know what you're speaking or
I'll tell you
referencing
exactly
to.
what I'm speaking of. Ruben Torres, 2 weeks ago, buried his daughter Ophelia. When he was arrested at the Home Depot in Norridge, Illinois, he said to those who, your agents, please let me go home. My daughter is dying of cancer. I would like to be with her in her last days of her life. They said no. They arrested him and deported him for 2 weeks. Finally, he returned for a court hearing. His daughter lived to see that hearing where the court said he was treated unfairly by your agency, and she died 3 days later. I was at her memorial service. Is that really necessary? Was he a violent criminal?
Sir, we enforce the law. The laws that are passed by
What
this
law?
body and signed into statute on the process for individuals that are in this country illegally, that have final removal orders, and the process given in immigration law. We continue to follow that, and if you don't like the law, I would suggest you change the law. But that is what we do
We tried
every
to
single
change the
day, is
law
go out
with-
there.
We tried to change it with comprehensive immigration reform, and it was stopped by the Republican House of Representatives.
Our job at the department is to follow the law and make sure that we are a nation of laws, because
I don't
a
think
nation
you're-
that
I
doesn't
don't think
follow
you're
the
even
law
close when it comes to that.
is no nation at all.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Graham.
Thank you very much for coming. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Thank
now
you.
we can.
Thanks very much. Well, let's talk about the scope of the problem you inherited here. My Democratic friends said that sensible immigration is what they've been pursuing, talked about the Gang of Eight and a lot of things I've worked on with. Would you say that the 4 years of Biden was sensible immigration?
No.
I wouldn't either. I would say it's obliteration of the border. 11 million people came into this country during President Biden's term. He obliterated all controls. We sent them all over the country in planes, trains, and automobiles. And what's the scope of the problem you inherited? How would you describe the mess that Biden gave you very quickly?
Our country was in a chaotic time and invaded over our southern border. Millions and millions of people came into this country.
For 11,000
unvetted.
murderers, right?
Yes, that is correct.
2,700% increase in people on the terrorist watch list, right?
That's correct.
During his 4 years, President Biden allowed 2,700% increase of people on the terrorist watch list to come into this country. In 2023, 172. Do you know where those people are?
No, not
So
necessarily.
we don't know where they are. They're here, but we don't know where they are. because they didn't care if they came, and they haven't really looked very hard. So sensible immigration died on Biden's watch. It was replaced by out-of-control, open border, just absolute chaos. And to all the people on the front row that have lost loved ones, I am sorry. Your family members are a victim of an out-of-control, Democratic-led effort to obliterate the border, and every senator on this side of the aisle, that side of the aisle, did nothing about it. Now, they want to talk to you about problems we've had. Are these shootings being investigated in Minnesota?
Yes, they are.
They should be investigated in Minnesota. We want to have orderly processes. How would you say being an ICE agent is right now, the stress they're under?
I think it's unprecedented for them every day.
I think it's miserable. I think it's just a tough, tough job right now. And if they go too far, we will hold them accountable. But I just want the country to know these men and women who are trying to solve this problem that was created by our Democratic colleagues, you have no idea the mess they inherited. This country was overrun by illegal immigrants, murderers, rapists, and just average, everyday people. How many people did Barack Obama deport when he was president?
The total, I
3
don't know, but
million.
it was more than us.
How many of them were violent criminals? So when a Democrat deports somebody who's here illegally, that's good government. When a Republican does it, we're Nazis and fascists. If you're here illegally, are you entitled to stay?
No.
They would allow you to stay. I want you to understand that these people have no interest in cleaning up this mess. In 2026, we're going to have an election about this, and they're openly saying, unless you're a violent criminal, you should be allowed to stay here. Is embezzlement a violent crime?
No.
Is it a crime without a victim?
Yes.
If somebody steals your stuff, even if they don't do it through force, is that a crime with a victim?
Yes.
So all of the Laken Riley, I think she was murdered by a man who was actually in custody. Are you familiar with the Laken Riley case?
Yes, I am.
Okay, she's a young lady about 60 miles from where I live. The man who murdered her was in custody, was detained by DHS, but was released because they had no bed space in Texas. He went to New York and committed a bunch of crimes. He winds up in Georgia and he murders this young lady. He was in our control. He was released not because he wasn't dangerous, because we had no place to put him. Do you agree those days are over?
Yes.
Do you agree the most secure border in American history has been achieved by you and those under your control?
Yes.
Working with President Trump. Are you proud of that?
I am proud of that.
So we're down to like nobody coming across. We went from a invasion to almost nobody. And I hope the American people appreciate that's a good thing for you. Now we're engaged in military action against the mothership of terrorism, Iran, which I hope will sink pretty soon. Do you think the threat level against the United States is up or down when it comes to radical Islamic terrorists?
It's up.
It's up?
Yep.
So you mean they actually may want to come here and hit us because we hit them in Iran? I don't think you have to be, a general to figure that out. Is the Coast Guard without funding?
Portions of it. We're keeping some of the salaries paid, but
So there's no funds in the appropriation bill for the Coast Guard. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Because your agency is not being funded. It's the one part of the appropriations bill where we haven't agreed on funding. Is that correct?
Correct.
So FEMA, no money, right? Coast Guard, no money. Really? Really? ICE, they have money because of the bill we did before. The Secret Service, are these people being paid?
Yes, they are.
They're being paid, but do we have money?
Our law enforcement is paid, but their resources, their administrative
They're not
staff,
being
their
paid out of
contracting.
appropriated funds
Correct.
this year, right?
Correct.
So in the appropriations process, we've got no new money for the Secret Service. Does that make any sense to anybody in America? Can we not understand America is under siege now? Likely to be attacked because radical Islam is under siege and they're going to hit back. And we're sitting here looking at each other and not funding DHS? If you want to reform ICE, great. Count me in. If you want to make DHS more professional, count me in. If you want to investigate bad shootings, count me in. If you don't want to do away with sanctuary cities, count me out. What's a sanctuary city?
A city that protects itself from our federal immigration efforts in their city.
Are there sanctuary cities and states in this country?
Yes, there are.
Look at this chart. There are 200 plus sanctuary counties. There are 12 sanctuary states. 8 million illegal immigrants reside in sanctuary jurisdictions in defiance of federal law. A sanctuary city refuses to turn over to the federal government people that are subject to deportation. Is that correct?
Correct.
They make a choice, these sanctuary states, counties, cities, not to cooperate with federal officials, and the laws have been on the book long before Donald Trump, right?
Correct.
Do you think it would be good for the country to abolish sanctuary cities and states?
I do.
Do you believe as long as they exist, it will be a magnet for future immigration, illegal immigration?
Yes, I do.
So if you're a legal immigrant and you can get to one of these sanctuary cities, states, or towns, you believe you'll never leave. Until you fix this, you're going to have a legal immigrant magnets. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you urge the Congress to abolish sanctuary cities
Yes, I would, sir.
and sanctuary states? When it comes to the threat level against our homeland, how would you characterize it right now?
Right now, I would say, sir, that we should have our every effort within the Department of Homeland Security out protecting people 24/7, because we face not just enemies from overseas that threaten our way of life and our American values. The Biden administration let them here. They let them in our borders. They're in our hometowns. They are unvetted, thousands and thousands of people that are dangerous criminals, gang members, known and
Who's this
suspected
guy?
terrorists.
Who's this guy?
He is the man that conducted the horrific act down in Austin.
Okay, what country did he come from?
I think Senegal.
Okay, and he was killed in Austin, Texas, right?
He was.
And the shirt said what?
Property of Allah.
Property of Allah. And when you went to his house, you found a what kind of flag?
Iranian flag.
Iranian flag. Wonder how many people are like that here, waiting to pounce. And DHS doesn't have appropriated funds. This is insane. There are more people like this. We obliterated our borders. 1.7 million people came into this country from countries that were designated to be a problem. Special interest aliens. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
So 1.7 million came from countries that would make you a special interest alien because of the nature of the country. Libya, Nigeria, North Korea, Afghanistan, China, Cuba. Do you know where those 1.7 million people are?
Not all of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where they are either. But they let them in. We don't know where they are. They came from countries that are so dicey. We made you a special interest alien if you came from those countries. So we're having a hearing here. I'd like to make ICE more professional. I'd like to make sure if there was a bad shooting, it's documented as such and people pay a price. But I will not apologize to anybody in this room to try to clean up the mess that Biden started and you empowered. We've got to deal with this. We've been invaded. Only God knows how many people are here and what they're up to, and we're not going to stop. We're going to learn, but we're not going to stop because America is under siege, and the idea we're not defunding DHS is insane, criminally insane.
Senator White.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Let me start by noting that we have repeatedly said, our ranking member on the Senate Appropriations Committee, Senator Murray, has said that we are more than willing to fund TSA, more than willing to fund the Coast Guard, more than willing to fund FEMA, and that it is the administration that is holding those agencies hostage in order to extract additional funding for ICE and CBP. That is our quite clearly stated position, and I just wanted to recognize that now. Ms. Noem, I want to walk you through an incident that took place in Rhode Island. We have a courthouse in Rhode Island, our Superior Court. The court had an agreement with your organization not to conduct operations in that courthouse. Despite that agreement, your officers went in to conduct operations in that courthouse. They went in plain clothes and masked, so maybe they were aware of the agreement, maybe they weren't. Either way, it was unprofessional not to honor the agreement with the court. There is also a court rule against photographing people in the courthouse. They were photographing people in the courthouse. They either didn't know or didn't care about that court rule. Either way, it was unprofessional. They were pursuing an intern and taking photos of this young intern who was not the person supposedly sought. The intern was in high school. The person sought was in his 30s. It shouldn't be too hard to tell the difference. They couldn't. It was unprofessional. A state judge escorted the intern out to his car to take him back to high school. The agents didn't recognize the judge. They operate against the agreement in a courtroom and don't bother to know who the judges are. Again, unprofessional. They followed the judge out to his parked car, which was parked in a spot reserved for judges. Whether or not they already knew he was a judge, it does not take much in terms of powers of deduction to understand that the person getting into a car in a parking spot reserved for judges is probably a judge. Again, unprofessional. Then they threatened to smash his windows and drag him from the car. A judge with a high school intern in the car who's not the guy they're looking for. That kind of escalation seems unprofessional and irresponsible. Then they held the kid for half an hour in another vehicle while they figured out that, in fact, the high school kid was not the 30-plus-year-old person that they were supposedly looking for. Nobody was hurt, but there was nothing professional about that entire exchange. And I would ask you to send a signal down to your folks to stop that kind of dangerous and unprofessional nonsense, particularly in our courthouses. Let me ask you, why don't you deconflict with local enforcement when you operate?
Our officers do. We welcome cooperation from local law enforcement and want them at the state level, at the local level, to cooperate with us so that we can continue to conduct our federal operations with the safety of the cooperation that comes from those types of agreements.
Deconflicting and cooperating are two different things. They can overlap, but they are two different things. You deconflict when you plan an operation in another law enforcement agency's jurisdiction, like here, the court sheriffs, and let them know what you're going to do. This all could have been headed off if you'd spoken to if your people had spoken to the sheriffs first and said, we're concerned about this guy. Oh no, he's an intern, he's in high school. None of this was necessary if they had bothered to deconflict. So please, send the message down to your people that there's a reason that deconflicting is standard law enforcement practice for, among other things, officer safety. Will you do that?
Yes, sir, but I will tell you that our law enforcement are being doxxed at unprecedented levels. So at times we've run into situations in sanctuary cities or in sanctuary states where notifying that local law enforcement on some of these operations has doxxed them and their families and leaked a law enforcement operation, which puts people's lives in jeopardy. So they absolutely want to work with cooperative local law enforcement.
About that,
and in that case
I strongly
specifically,
suspect that there's a big difference
these
between
individuals,
non-cooperation and actual interference with your operations. But I'll reserve that to a question for the record so you can substantiate that. Could you explain this?
Sir, I'm looking at a picture of an interior, looks like a bedroom.
Of an airplane?
Yes, sir.
You're not familiar with that?
These photos are not accurate. If you're referring to the airplanes that the Department of Homeland Security has purchased and are purchasing, we're using them for long-range command and control aircraft that is dictated in statute by Congress for the Department of Homeland Security to have a plane.
Luxury jet with a bedroom in it?
Yeah, we used a 737. I've been on it once, but it is being used by other administration officials, and it is used for command and control flights for the department. The department has found that in purchasing our aircraft, that we will save the taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars.
Does it have a bedroom in it?
In fact, we spent $1.42 billion on ICE deportation flights last year.
Does it have a bedroom in it?
I believe it's being refurbished and not having a bedroom in it. So it is being refurbished.
What kind of
This,
deportee justifies being flown out of the country in a luxury jet with a bedroom and accommodations like this?
there are aircraft being purchased that will be utilized for executive air travel and for deportations.
Well, your
If you
people
remember,
said
in the
that this
past,
was
we
gonna
have
be
used
deportations.
jets of this size and this configuration for deportations in the past. If you remember,
In this configuration, by this configuration, you mean
I
with a
didn't see
bedroom
the
and
inside of
luxury
them.
accommodations like this
That
you've
plane-
used for deportations. Is that true?
Sir, we have 737s that are being purchased by the department to replace contracts that we have on ICE deportations. That's what they're going to be used for. And in fact, the Coast Guard is the only entity within the Department of Homeland Security that has jets at this point in time. They had two G5s that were 20 to 25 years old
Let me ask
that are
you
being
about
replaced
the
so that they can
response
continue to serve our
from
Coast Guard and our military
Some senior
for
administration
years to come.
officials about these aircraft. They've been reported as saying, although they don't want to say publicly this, but individuals described as senior administration officials have described these airplane purchases as the world's worst deal and an abuse of federal funds. Can you tell me what the Republicans on this committee who voted for what I call the billionaires bill that gave you the money to buy these jets knew about your plans to acquire luxury jets when they voted for that money?
The dollars for these airplanes was appropriated by Congress. In fact, it's mandated from Congress and rules that you've given us that we need to have a long-range command and control aircraft that will seat up to 17 people in the Department of Homeland Security for national security purposes. We are complying with the law. Those planes are being refurbished and will be utilized
we'll
for that,
see.
and they'll be
Two quick
utilized
questions
by
in my
members of
last
the
minute, if you don't
administration and
mind.
other components.
First,
they will also cut our costs, sir,
First, in my last
by
minute,
almost
if you don't mind,
40%. We are saving the
you-
taxpayer 40% by purchasing our own aircraft
May I
and
have a
operating
minute?
them rather than being susceptible to the contracts that they have today.
we have an extra 2 minutes to fill in the filibuster there.
I'll give you 30 seconds beyond the 44
Will
seconds you
you-
got now.
Truthfully answer a question for the record about your role in stopping the civil rights investigation into the Minnesota shootings.
Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. I did not stop any investigations whatsoever.
Will you testify truthfully if you get a QFR?
Yes, I testify truthfully. I did not
And will you
stop.
testify in the District of Columbia Federal Court contempt proceeding?
Sir, I do not know what you're referencing, and I would hope for some context.
The Federal District Court contempt proceeding related to the deportation, contrary to a court order, of individuals to Venezuela. Will you testify in that proceeding?
Sir, I think that you're referencing something that I have a gag order to, but I can certainly follow up with you.
My time's up. Thank you.
Senator Kennedy, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. President Trump, ably assisted by Mr. Stephen Miller, quickly in the President's second administration developed policies to secure our southern border, policies that you and the Department of Homeland Security implemented. And I congratulate all of you on your success. Properly vetting people at the southern border is not racist, is it?
No.
Could you answer for the record?
No, it is not racist.
Properly vetting people at the southern border is prudent, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
And to do that, we need the Border Patrol, do we not?
Yes, we do.
And we also need ICE, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I just wanted to get my congratulations on the record. I believe you have a policy, Madam Secretary, that you have to approve all contracts at your department over $100 million.
No, sir, I have a policy in place that I review contracts. My deputy chiefs have the ability to review anything under $5 million. Above that, I evaluate and look at.
Okay. And you do that, I understand, to try to curb waste and abuse of taxpayer money. Is that right?
Yes, sir. In fact, it's been extremely effective. We've saved the taxpayers over $13.2 billion just by evaluating contracts, negotiating lower ones, and canceling ones that aren't necessary to do our duties.
How do you square that concern for waste, which I share, with the fact that you have spent $220 million running television advertisements that feature you prominently?
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way. That has been extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements, is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed, and since then as well.
Okay. Did you bid out those service contracts?
Yes, they did. They went out to a competitive bid, and career officials at the department chose who would do those advertising commercials.
And the people that you ended up picking were people who had formerly done your political work back in South Dakota, is that right?
No, that's not correct, sir.
I think it is.
No, it's not, sir. The individuals who, I believe the careers who they chose were two different media firms. There's been conversation about their subcontractors, but we have no legal authority to look into subcontractors on work like that.
Okay. And you're saying that you're testifying that President Trump approved this ahead of time. Is that my understanding?
We had conversations about making sure that we were telling people.
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president know you were going to do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did?
Yes.
Okay.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
Well, they were
overwhelmingly.
effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot. And and I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. It's just hard for me to believe, knowing the president, as I do, that you said, Mr. President, here's some ads I've cut, and I'm going to spend $220 million running them, that he would have agreed to that. I don't think Russ Vogt at OMB would have agreed to that. It's something we have to defend. I'm on the Appropriations Committee. My research shows that you did not bid them out, that you pick, in fact, one of the people you picked, The strategy group, Safe America Media was a company formed 11 days before you picked them, and that the strategy group got most of the money, and the head of that is married to your former spokesperson. Look, we all have friends who are qualified. I'm not quibbling with that. It troubles me. A fifth to a quarter of $1 billion of taxpayer money when we're scratching for every penny and we're fighting over rescission packages. I just can't agree with, Madam Secretary. Are you still running those ads?
No, Senator, I did not have anything to do with picking those contractors. No politicals at the Department of Homeland Security did.
I understand. Are you
Career
still running
officials
those
followed
ads?
the competitive bid process for
Are you
that.
still running
Everything
those ads?
I think the ads are due to end here in March, I think within a week
So
or two.
they
I'm
are
not sure of
still
the
running?
update. The one that is running is focusing on angel families. Have you seen that? It is the one that's talking about this is our why. This is why we work every day.
Okay.
Is for the angel
I've gotta
families
move
and their
on.
victims that need to.
After the two killings in Minneapolis, and I think there's a lot of video on them, Madam Secretary. I think people can see the video and draw their own conclusions. Are you and your department conducting an investigation of those?
Sir, the investigation is being led by the FBI. HSI was involved. In fact, our HSI agents on the ground.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I got so little time. I believe at the time you said these were acts of domestic terrorism. Is that right?
Sir, in answer to questions at the press conference that afternoon, it was that it appeared to be.
Yeah, but you said these appeared to be acts of domestic terrorism.
And as I've said previously in this hearing,
But
is that
first, Madam Secretary, did you say
we're getting
that? I think it's been
information from
widely
a chaotic
reported.
scene on
Did
the
you say
ground
that?
and relaying information to the American people.
Okay. Now, again, those videos are public. People can draw their own conclusions. I think it'd be safe to say you got some pushback on that.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be fair?
Yes, sir.
And you had some criticism. I'm not saying the criticism was accurate or inaccurate. I think you did. What got my attention was that you blamed those statements on Mr. Stephen Miller at the White House. Did you not?
No, sir, I did not. And in fact, where you're seeing that is in a news article of anonymous sources. And anonymous sources say a lot of things, but I've never said that at all.
Well, here's what you said on the record. I'm going to read your words. Quote, "Everything I've done at the direction of the president and Stephen."
Sir, where did you see me say that at? You read that in a
was
news
reported
article with no sources
You said it
affiliated
on the
to it.
record on January 27th of 2026. Did I
Sir,
read your words accurate?
I enjoy working with the president and with Stephen Miller, and that day we were working to get as much information to the American people as possible. That is what we'll continue to do, and as that happens, we'll go
Do you
forward.
think it was fair to blame Mr. Miller?
Sir,
for
I did
your
not do
words?
that. You're reading from a newspaper article with
Yes, ma'am.
anonymous sources.
Are you denying that you said that?
Sir, I'm not going to speak to that situation that is relayed on anonymous sources that no
This
one
wasn't
has heard me
anonymous.
say that.
It was you.
No. Who
I mean, you
reported
said
that
it.
to that newspaper?
They're quoting you on the record, saying it's Stephen's fault. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, as Secretary of Homeland Security, you oversaw Operation Metro Search, is that correct?
Yes, as secretary, I oversee ICE and CBP and HSI officers that were there doing their work.
Over 3,000 ICE agents, border control to Minnesota, outnumbering our 10 Metro Police departments, outnumbering by 3-1 the number of sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Is that correct?
We were working to do targeted operations against
Just if you could
criminal
answer yes
illegal
or no.
aliens, and we needed to do that in a safe manner to make sure that we could ensure the safety of our law enforcement
Two
officers.
of my constituents, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, were killed. They should be alive today. In fact, in 1 month in the city of Minneapolis, when you look at the 3 fatalities that were results of shooting, 2 of 3 were committed by federal agents. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
So your agents, not only their actions resulted in the deaths of 2 innocent American citizens, but they repeatedly violated my constituents' First Amendment rights to assemble. You say you believe in the Second Amendment right to bear arms, but Alex Preddy was criticized repeatedly by officials in the administration for having a lawful permit to carry and having a gun. Your agents violated the Fourth Amendment rights of my constituents by ramming through doors of innocent people's homes, innocent citizens' home, without any kind of a warrant, and violated the Fifth Amendment right to due process. So as I've shared with my colleagues, if you believe in federalism, in freedom, and in liberty, you should be horrified by what the Department of Homeland Security did in Minnesota. So my first question is, having spoken to Mr. Homan, what is the exact number of DHS agents still in Minnesota?
Well, I believe that there is still close to 650 there, counting the investigators that are there, working to get to the bottom of the unprecedented fraud that has been found in the Medicaid
Was
funding.
5-year-old Liam involved in that fraud? As you know, I am all in on prosecuting fraud. I put in place the U.S. attorney who exposed the fraud under the Biden administration and brought the bulk of the prosecutions, and also recommended to Mr. Blanche that Joe Thompson be the acting U.S. attorney who led those prosecutions and now has left the office because the Department of Justice asked him and many others to investigate Renee Good's wife instead of doing their jobs doing fraud. So what I want to know is, when are you going to get down to the original footprint as promised to us?
We're continuing to work at that, although those investigators will continue to stay there to get to the bottom of that fraud, to make sure that those vulnerable people that rely on those programs actually get services from those federal dollars that are spent, that it's not stolen by criminals and used by individuals to enrich themselves and send it out of the country.
Secretary Chung-Li Tao, are you aware that agents bashed in the door of a U.S. citizen, a Hmong elder with no criminal record?
I can't speak to the specifics of that case.
Did you see the photos of that man being dragged out of his house in Crocs and in his underwear?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe that he was involved in fraud?
I do not know where that status of that investigation is.
Are you aware that he is a son of a beloved nurse that treated our soldiers in Vietnam?
I believe that we have laws in this country that need to be enforced and need to be applied equally to
Your agents,
everyone.
speaking of enforcing the laws and following the laws, did they have a judicial warrant when they rammed through an American citizen's door?
Our law enforcement officers follow the same protocols and procedures that all law enforcement do.
Are
as
you
to how
aware
they
that he
move
tried
forward.
to show his identification to show that he was American citizen and they didn't want to see it?
Again, these officers conduct themselves in processes. If something was done inaccurately, then certainly we will make sure that we correct it and rectify it in the
Are
future.
you aware that the person they were looking for was in prison and had been in prison for years? His
Yes,
name
I
is
am.
Lou
That's a
Ma?
target. Yes, we do targeted operations going after and
Do
looking
you
for.
agree that it is unacceptable for your agents to ram into someone's door and drag someone out in their underwear and below zero temperatures when they have the wrong guy?
Our officers conduct targeted operations and utilize the law processes that are given to them and the
You will not answer that
tools.
you think that's wrong.
They needed to identify that individual, and
They
that
couldn't
individual.
identify him by looking at his identification. Instead, they had to drag him out, throw him in a car, and drive him around for an hour. How about pulling off off-duty police officers, Madam Secretary, every single one of whom made clear who they were? They were people of color, off-duty police officers. In Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, the chief described how one off-duty officer, someone of color, a U.S. citizen, was stopped and confronted by ICE agents with their guns drawn, demanding her proof of citizenship. As Chief Bruley said, I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident, but the other chief said it had happened to their own officers. Why were these officers stopped?
We have thousands of law enforcement operations that we do every single day.
Do you think they were stopped because they were people of color? Were they racially
and drug
profiled?
traffickers
Ms.
off
Noem.
our streets. When I look at these American families that have been victimized by criminals that we have removed from cities and from communities, I'm grateful for the work that our ICE officers do. And by your only
Are
focusing,
you defending stopping
I would like
off-duty
to hear you
police
talk about some
officers
of the
of color
operations
and
that we've done
dragging a
to
Hmong
bring
elder
people
out of
to
his
justice.
home?
When you only talk about these situations like this that we are conducting, and you don't talk about the good work that they do to protect people from being victimized by people that are in this country that want to conduct violent crimes against them or take advantage of them. The laws need to apply to everyone, and we're out there enforcing the law.
I am a former prosecutor,
Context is
Ms. Noem, and
incredibly
I
important.
have always
in every
worked with our
situation.
police well, but that's not what was going. These ICE agents were not following police procedures. After the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, when I spoke to Alex's parents, they told me that you calling him a domestic terrorist, this was directly from them, the day after he was killed. A nurse in our VA, Alex, one of the most hurtful things they could ever imagine was said by you about their son. Do you have anything you want to say to Alex Preddy's parents?
We were relying in the hours after that incident that was so horrific on information we were getting from the ground from our
I just
agents.
asked if you had
But I would
anything you wanted to say to the
but I would
parents
say
or to the family
that's
of
what I'm
Renee
doing
Good
right
after
now, is
you
that
called
I
them domestic
can't
terrorists.
even imagine what they have gone through in the loss of their son and the loss of their family members.
But
It's
how about
absolutely
specifically
tragic,
calling them
and I
domestic
send
terrorists
them-
without any evidence of
this.
that?
Sir, ma'am, I did not call him a domestic terrorist. I said it appeared to be an incident of.
I think the parents saw it for what it was. After the killings, the federal government refused to cooperate with state law enforcement. Agents blocked Minnesota investigators from accessing the scene. I know because I got directly calls from the mayor. I tried to call the DOJ. I tried to do everything I could because they were very worried about what was going to happen immediately, especially after Alex Preddy's death. Do you think that blocking local law enforcement from the scene of a shooting makes people safer? Yes or no?
Actually, our HSI law enforcement officers risked their lives on that scene, preserving evidence and keeping the violent rioters away from the evidence so it
What
could be
life was
preserved
lost
for the
at that
investigation.
scene, Secretary Noem?
Yes, I
It was
understand that.
Alex Preddy's life
And
that was
after it
lost.
became
I
very,
believe it is in the interest of justice to have a full and transparent investigation.
yes, the investigation's being led by FBI and internal investigations as well into this incident.
Will you commit to reversing the decision to cooperate with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, an agency of seasoned professionals that the agents worked with directly, FBI agents worked with directly to investigate after the shooting, assassination of Speaker Hortman, after the killing of those two little kids in that church with the bullets going through those stained glass windows? In both incidents, our federal and local law enforcement worked together and are working together in those investigations. But they have been blocked, the locals have, from being part of this. Why is that, Ms. Noem?
The FBI is leading this investigation, and I would leave that question for them to answer.
Thank you.
Before Senator Blackburn, without objection, I'll introduce into the record unaccompanied children case study that the Trump Health and Human Services provided to my office. These records describe horrible cases in which children were forced to work to pay smuggling fees, physical assaulted by sponsors, and denied a chance to attend schools. The unaccompanied children case study are further evidence of the previous administration's policies to put children in harm's way. I appreciate the cooperation of the Trump administration. Is there any objection?
Mr. Chairman,
Proceed.
I do not object, but I would like to have unanimous consent to enter into the record the details of the 3 instances where the Secretary referred to the victims that we've discussed and has engaged in acts of domestic terrorism. We have the exact statement, the exact date and time that you made those statements. I'd ask unanimous consent to put those on the record.
On both requests, any objection? No objection heard. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for being here today. And I want to thank you so much for the work that DHS and FEMA have done in Tennessee with the recent ice storm, but also previously with Hurricane Helene, and the responsiveness we have gotten from FEMA, the difference from the previous administration and your administration has been noted by people in Tennessee, and I just want to express my gratitude to those employees that are working so hard. So we truly are grateful for that. I want to go back to something Senator Durbin said in his opening statement. He referred to the Biden policy, immigration policy, as sensible and humane. And in his comments, he said there was a sensible and humane way to deal with immigration, but he felt like Biden's policy was sensible and humane, and what you all are doing is not sensible and humane. And this struck me because the Biden administration allowed hundreds of thousands of those illegally entering the country. We have seen hundreds of thousands of migrant children that have been lost. There is nothing sensible and humane about that. There is nothing sensible and humane about having terrorists walk across our border and come into this country. There is nothing sensible and humane to these wonderful families who are grieving the loss of loved ones, that somebody illegally came in the country and took the life of their loved ones. So those comments really struck me. And I want to provide you the opportunity to respond to what Senator Durbin supported, the Biden immigration policy. We had hours and hours of hearings dealing with such. He supported the Biden DHS. But to me, there is nothing sensible and humane about allowing millions of people to violate the rule of law in the United States. And I yield to you for a response.
Yes, well, thank you, Senator. When you look at the Biden immigration policies, I think Senator Durbin is ignoring the consequences of illegal immigration. Over 30% of the young girls that crossed that border during that invasion were raped and brutally harmed by people along the way. There's nobody that crossed that border, came in from Mexico, that didn't have to pay a cartel member to get into this country. Those cartels have been enriched and made sophisticated and professionalized by the money that Joe Biden facilitated putting into their pockets by allowing that invasion to happen and funneling people into the cartel's hands. I also would say that 4,000 people died during that invasion, when people were coming into this country, died because of the inhumane circumstances that were going on, from the heat that they were having to deal with, from drowning in the river. It was not humane what we saw being facilitated by the Biden administration. So every day, the people at the Department of Homeland Security get up to defend this country and our borders and the citizens that live here. I know, Senator Durbin, that you appear to be very concerned about illegal immigrants that are in this country. I will tell you that as a Secretary of Homeland Security, I am very concerned in doing my job and protecting American citizens. That's my #1 priority, and I will continue to enforce the law and make sure it applies equally to everyone that's in this country.
Thank you. Joe Kent, who is the director of National Counterterrorism Center, last year told the House Homeland Security Committee that there are at least 18,000 known terrorists that are here in this country. And I've heard from Tennesseans all weekend long about their concerns. The attack in Austin was really quite unsettling. And the awareness that there are these terrorists that are among the citizens here in our country. So would you lay out, not only for this committee, but for the American people, what steps are you and your team taking right now to make certain that we apprehend, detain, and prosecute these terrorists before they have the ability to conduct any act of evil?
Well, Senator, when you let millions of people into this country unvetted, you truly don't know how many dangerous, known and suspected terrorists there may be in this country. We continue to do our investigative work. We continue to look at individuals that are here that may be committing crimes and working with local and state law enforcement where possible. What I would say is anybody that we know that the Biden administration has given green cards to or naturalized. We're going back and re-vetting those individuals, those who came in under refugee programs. We are re-vetting those individuals and interviewing them and talking to them to ensure that they are someone who is here appropriately and they didn't come in under a program that was abused by the Biden administration. We continue to use our intelligence and analysis department under the Department of Homeland Security to gather intelligence and cooperate with other intelligence agencies and with the FBI to go after and to prosecute those who would wish to do us harm. We're grateful for the American citizens that work with us, and we understand that people who are in this country illegally and have final removal orders should be detained. Our priority is going to continue to go after those worst of the worst and to make sure that we are getting them out of our country as soon as possible and brought to justice if they've committed crimes here.
There are a couple of bills we were able to fund in the Working Families Tax Cut Big Beautiful Bill back during the summer, and we're so grateful for President Trump and the attention that he put on some of these issues of protecting the American people and making that the priority. And you know, that's a part of upholding our oath. I think many of us were struck last week when the president asked, do you think it's the first order of business to protect the American people? And many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle just sat there. That was stunning. So we're grateful for this focus on protecting our people. There were two bills, the Prince Act and the End Child Trafficking Now Act. These are pieces of legislation I've pushed forward. Now, this helps with protecting these children that are being trafficked, many of them globally trafficked. We're fully aware that Homeland Security investigations, and I think they're defunded right now during this shutdown, are trying to find some of these traffickers, rescue these children, and return them to their families. These two bills allow the collection of DNA and fingerprints so that we can stop this repeat trafficking of children. And I want you to talk for just a moment about the importance of having this legislation on the books and how you are using this to help break these global trafficking rings.
Yeah. No, I appreciate those bills, and I'm hoping that this body will find them important and get them signed into law as soon as possible. Collecting of DNA is incredibly important to making sure that children aren't being abused or trafficked. But we saw many times during the Biden administration where the same child would be used by cartels to move individuals into this country illegally. And so one of the policies we put it back in place as soon as President Trump came into the White House is DNA testing of those individuals coming into our country. When we interdicted them, that we would ensure that they were the family that they said that they should be, and that those children weren't being moved with strangers or abused and trafficked by them.
One of the things that has come up regularly when I'm out and about around Tennessee is that we have some of these mayors and governors that have recently demanded millions of dollars in taxpayer reparations for having ICE in their communities. Now, in the case of Minnesota, they're looking at as much as $18 billion in fraud. 18 billion. And what they've uncovered there, what they allowed to happen, whether they want to say they knew about it or they didn't know about it, but it appears they knew about it, and we'll let the investigation bear that out. What do you say to these mayors and governors who are defying the law by having a sanctuary city for illegal immigration, that are allowing rampant fraud of taxpayer money? It is not their money, it is taxpayer money. They allow it to happen, and then they are so brazen and calloused and disrespectful of the taxpayer, they stand up and demand reparations. What do you say to them?
Yeah, it's impossible to take them seriously. The hypocrisy of saying that you care about your economy and you care about your citizens when you've allowed that kind of fraud to go forward that they have in these programs. And these programs are there to care for individuals and give services to some of our most vulnerable in society. Those individuals that have developmental disabilities, individuals who need special services in order to care for them and to help those families for a period of time with individuals and their family members that need to be that specialized care. They have stolen that from them, allowed individuals to abuse those programs, and have done it to the detriment of not just their families there, but also the businesses there and the educational entities and even their credibility to speak. You know, those are the same individuals that called our ICE officers the Gestapo and demonized them, and their rhetoric is very detrimental to the environment that we face every day on our law enforcement operations. So my hope is that we'll continue to get to the bottom of those investigations and bring those criminals to justice.
Before Senator Coons, Senator Durbin wanted to.
Mr. Chairman, the senator from Tennessee invoked my name several times, so I'd just like one moment to respond. What she said is simply inaccurate. I didn't mention the Biden administration at all in my opening statement. What I said, and I still believe, is that if we work together in a positive, good faith, bipartisan effort, we can come up with a sensible, humane immigration law for America. You've heard the witness say repeatedly, we write the laws. She's correct. We need to accept the responsibility of writing a law that is sensible for this country. What I think is happening now in this administration is neither sensible nor humane. I yield.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for appearing before us. It is your duty and mine, all of ours here, to protect our American homeland and our citizens, but to do so in a way that is legal, that is humane, that is effective, and principally constitutional. So let's get to that. Foundational to the administration's entire immigration agenda and to everything we've seen in the streets of Minneapolis and other cities across our country is your pursuit of higher and higher numbers for deportation, the mass deportations that Stephen Miller designed and President Trump has ordered you to implement. It's why we have roving patrols racially profiling whomever they see and creating a show-me-your-papers state. It's why you go into sensitive locations like churches and hospitals and schools. It's why you have been arresting children, the elderly, refugees, the disabled, including a resident in my own state suffering from severe developmental disabilities. When there's pressure on you to hit high numbers, you don't have the time to focus on targeted effects to find violent criminals on the run. It's easier to simply round up people here breaking no laws and contributing to our communities. It's why you deny people due process and rush them out of the country. And it's why you've put poorly trained ICE recruits on our streets engaging in reckless and dangerous tactics. Does DHS, Madam Secretary, operate on any quotas or numerical targets for immigration arrests every day?
No, Senator, we do not. We do targeted law enforcement operations going after those worst of the worst criminals that are here illegally.
I would certainly prefer it if you did targeted operations against the worst of the worst. But just last year, Stephen Miller, who's the President's Homeland Security Advisor and Deputy Chief of Staff, went on Fox News and said, we're setting a goal, a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day. And President Trump is going to keep pushing to get that number higher and higher. He's the Deputy Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor, and he oversees immigration policy for the President. What's your response to his public quote?
Sir, there is no quotas at the Department of Homeland Security. When we do law enforcement operations, we do them on targeted enforcement, getting public safety threats off of our streets and out of our communities to protect the American people.
Thank you. And you agree that setting quotas would actually put improper pressure on law enforcement to conduct themselves in ways that might not be in the best interest of their safety or the public.
Senator, we don't have any quotas on our law enforcement
Have you
operations
ever
at the
issued any
department.
guidance rejecting the use of numerical targets or quotas?
I usually put out notices on things that are impacting our operations. There's been no discussion or requirement on numerical quota targets. Therefore, there would be no need to reject them in a memo unless I feared that they were being implemented, which they're
Ma'am, here's
not.
why I think there might be real value in your putting out a memo saying, I reject any quotas. It's not just what Stephen Miller said last May. He's reportedly, and I have many press accounts of this I can submit for the record, making conference calls, berating agency officials, threatening to fire them, threatening to fire the leadership of field offices that are in the bottom 10% of arrest numbers. I would suggest that it's this constant drive for higher numbers that has been behind a lot of what we've been seeing in terms of the failure to actually focus on the worst of the worst and targeted enforcement, and to instead do things like roving patrols and profiling. Let's move on. Steve Bannon, long an advisor to the president, one of his earliest public supporters, recently said that ICE should be deployed at the polls in the next election. Will you rule out the deployment of ICE or CBP to polling places this November?
There are no plans to have ICE officers at our polling locations. And
I'm glad to hear that, but would you rule it out? Would you say it will not happen?
do you plan on illegal aliens voting in our elections, Senator?
I do not. In
Okay,
fact,
then
the
there should be
Heritage
no need to,
Foundation,
unless you plan on illegal
Madam
aliens
Secretary, the
voting.
Heritage Foundation recently concluded that over a 20-year period where they reviewed hundreds of millions, billions of voting cases, they found only a small handful of actual cases of illegals voting. So I'm concerned by your rebuttal, which suggests you may be unfamiliar with 18 U.S.C. Section 592. Are you familiar with this federal statute that relates to sending armed men to polling places?
There are no plans to send any of our law enforcement officers to
But
polling
Madam Secretary,
locations,
you're
sir.
clear it would
There
be a
have been
federal
illegal
crime
aliens.
for you to do so.
There are illegal aliens that have voted, and it's been proven in the past in certain cases in certain states. We provide a program to states. I think we have 27 different states that utilize our SAVE program now to verify individuals that are eligible to vote in their elections. And as states run their election systems, we encourage them to use that to make sure they maintain their election integrity.
Madam Secretary, can you understand how when Steve Bannon says publicly, we should have ICE at the polls, and you say there are no plans, that's not enough to rule out the possibility of a violation of this long-standing federal law? Will you issue a directive that ICE and CBP should be nowhere near polling places this November?
We have no plans to have ICE officers or law enforcement at polling locations. States are responsible for running their elections, and we're giving them tools and mitigation efforts that they can utilize in order to make sure they maintain the integrity of those elections and that individuals can trust their systems to ensure that their vote counts.
Let me move on to training. I was long responsible for the second largest police agency in Delaware. I understand and recognize the critical role that training plays in keeping law enforcement officers safe, in making sure that they perform their important duties as effectively as possible, and that they understand the obligations of policing in a democracy. A whistleblower recently testified that ICE's training process is, quote, deficient, defective, and broken, raising concerns about how you cut training time in half, reducing training hours by 240, and cut out key courses on the use of force and constitutional obligations. He also testified to a culture of fear that pervades ICE and a constant effort to churn out more trained officers in order to achieve higher numbers. Your department put out a statement that the training is the same number of hours that officers have always received. So let's be clear. Is it your sworn testimony today, Madam Secretary, that training hours have not been reduced for any recruit compared to where they were, say, a year ago?
Senator, our ICE officers are trained when they come on board the department 56 days. We've changed the format of those days. Instead of 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, they now do 6 days a week, 12-hour days. We also give them 28 days of on-the-job training so they can have more hands-on experience with individuals that have served a longer period of time in law enforcement and have that experienced officer supporting them going forward. What I would say about your whistleblower is that your whistleblower came to FLETC, which is the area academy where we train over 130 different federal law enforcement agencies. He came there after we had changed our program and didn't experience how we trained our ICE officers previous to that on those 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. I don't know how he would speak to how
Secretary,
ICE used to do that, and this individual was only detailed there for a short period of time, a few months, and was a trial attorney, not an expert
in a number of places around the country have faced protests for how they've been conducting their policing. Do you specifically train your new recruits on how to handle peaceful protesters in the context of the First Amendment and their rights?
Yes, they are trained in that. And they are annually trained and updated with legal guidance, with constitutional provisions, de-escalation techniques, in driving techniques, medical aid, intervening, use of force. All of those are things that our individual officers are trained on. What has
January
happened?
22nd, you put out a press release that said enforcement and removal operations, ERO training, was 42 days. But on February 23rd, just a month later, the same day that the whistleblower testified, you issued a new press release saying it was 56 days. You seem to be making it up as you go along. Help me understand how you square those quite different numbers in terms of the total number of training days.
Our training for ICE officers is at 56 days with 28 days of on-the-job experience that they get as well. That continues their training, and their specialized training is above and beyond that as well. And we're grateful for those individuals, many of those individuals that have come and joined ICE. We had over 220,000 individuals apply to become ICE officers. We've hired approximately 12,000 of those, and many of those had previous law enforcement experience when they came to serve with us.
Last question, Madam Secretary, about Afghans. Americans fought, served, and died in Afghanistan over 20 years. Many of our service members critically relied on translators and on Afghans who served and fought alongside them. I've gotten to know a number of them who came to this country and were thoroughly vetted and were frankly heroes who had risked their lives alongside Americans. At the moment, I believe your leadership at DHS has abandoned our commitment to the Afghans who served alongside us. There are currently many trapped in a center in Qatar, and at least 150 of them are the family of current active duty U.S. military forces. It is within your power to create a process for them to seek waivers of the refugee ban so they could come into the United States. Will you consider doing so?
We'll continue to do our due diligence on vetting individuals that come into this country, especially those who came in on a refugee program, and make sure that vetting process was thorough. We found deficiencies in how the Biden administration was doing that.
Will you commit to not
and I'll look
forcing
into
any
the
of them
situation.
back into the waiting arms of the Taliban, who will certainly torture or kill them?
We'll continue to look at every situation and make sure they qualify for the programs to how they're laid out in statute.
Madam Secretary, as I said at the outset, it's your obligation and mine to protect our homeland and American citizens in a way that is legal, effective, humane, and constitutional. My concern is that across all the different incidents that have been spoken about today, you are failing to do so. You are failing to deliver legal, humane, effective, and constitutional protection for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I got three things to do before I call on Senator Britt. First of all, Madam Secretary, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me the answer you should have given about Steve Bannon is he's not even in the administration.
Correct.
So why would he have any influence over what you're doing?
Correct.
Secondly, we're going to take a break after Britt, Blumenthal, and Schmidt. Lastly, without objection, I'd like to introduce evidence of potential human trafficking that I sent to the Biden administration as part of my unaccompanied children oversight. For over a decade, I've exposed how children in this category and the program associated with them have been subject to harm, abuse, and even sex and labor trafficking. Thanks to Secretary Noem, Trump administration, greater transparency has finally been brought to this issue. Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. To echo what my colleague Senator Kennedy said, I appreciate you actually securing our border. The work that President Trump has done, and you alongside him, to make sure that we don't have just an actual invasion happening every day, like we saw under the Biden administration. I believe we had about an average of 5,000 people a day that came over the border during the Biden administration, many of which are unaccounted for. When we're looking at kind of what is ahead of us, I've heard Senator Blackburn and others kind of bring this up to you, but I am thinking about the children that we know that came unaccompanied, many of them with a phone number written on their arm or taped to them. Senator Blackburn mentioned that the Biden administration did away with the DNA policies. We know many of these children have been trafficked into our interior. You mentioned the rape, that 30% of women, is that right, that came across our border were most likely raped in the process. The 4,000 people that died, the inhumane circumstances that were created, and the enriched cartels as a result. As a result of 4 years of the Biden administration, the cartels were stronger and more prosperous, and unfortunately had a greater grip on our interior. It is your job to make sure that we unwind that we keep American families safe, that we abide by the law, that we enforce the law. The way we do it matters. We have to do it the right way. But there are countless families sitting behind you who have either had a loved one injured or lost because of the lack of enforcement of the previous administration. Do you commit to me today that you will ensure that no family has to go through this again, that you will use the tools at your disposal the right way to protect American citizens?
Yes, I will use every tool I have available to make sure that we're protecting as many Americans from having to go through what these families have had to go through.
And Secretary Noem, I want to talk to you about these children. Where are they?
Yeah.
We didn't have hearings about them under the previous administration. I want to know where they are. How many children do you think are in our interior unaccompanied for? Are they being sex trafficked, labor trafficked? Where are they?
Yeah.
And how many have you found? And what is your plan to find all of them? Every one of those children deserves to be seen, deserves to be found, and I appreciate the president's commitment to making that happen. I want to know what you're going to do to follow through with it.
We're going to continue to do our work. We found 145,000 of those children so far, identified them, returned them back to their loved ones, and taken care of them. We will continue until we find every single one of them. The Homeland Security investigations teams are the most specialized law enforcement officers for getting into these networks, these trafficking networks, and making sure that they're not just finding one child, but finding the network that is trafficking hundreds of children, and make sure that we're bringing them back home and helping them heal.
Well, let's actually talk about HSI. We have heard ICE be vilified across the nation, called Nazis, called Gestapos. I want to talk about ICE HSI for a second, because you just mentioned it. When we are looking at finding child predators, when we're looking at finding people who are exploiting children, when we're looking at cyber crimes, human trafficking, when we're looking at drug smuggling, weapon smuggling, HSI does the hard work, do they not?
Yes, they do.
I want you to see behind me. These are some of our most notorious and high-profile criminals in recent years. Sean P. Diddy Combs, El Chapo, R. Kelly, Jared Fogle, Josh Duggar, the Merchant of Death, Victor Boot. And what do all of these criminals have in common? All of them were brought to justice with the help of ICE, HSI. Does that sound like the work of Nazis or Gestapo, Madam Secretary?
No, it does not.
This sounds like an agency that is working for the American people, who is taking bad actors off the streets and is doing the hard work for our most vulnerable. Can you speak a little bit to the work that you've seen HSI do?
These HSI officers are, I believe, the most exceptional law enforcement officers that we have at the federal level. They specialize not just in identifying sex traffickers and human traffickers, but also any kind of money laundering, financial investment. They partner with our other intelligence agencies to use that information to build cases that we then win in prosecutions and hold those people accountable. And they all have families. They all have families that they care deeply about, and when you talk to them, they will go on and on about how they do their work to make sure that families in the United States can be safe and that they have a future and they can walk down the streets and continue to be entrusted that their kids won't fall victims like they see so many times in their work when they do these types of cases.
Changing gears a little bit, when we're talking about just immigration enforcement in general, I know I've had a number of questions from constituents over the weekend about the number of known and unknown terrorists in our interior. We know the numbers that came through the border, but we also know the countless numbers of known gotaways that we don't know who they are, where they're going, or what their intentions are. Madam Secretary, what we saw in Austin, I think, was chilling to so many people. We want to make sure that we are doing everything possible to locate terrorists in our interior and to obviously capture and get them out. Tell me what you're doing to make sure that that happens and what the American people need to hear from you.
Well, first of all, Senator, let me thank you for your work to get the Department of Homeland Security funded so that we can use everything and every tool available to us to go after these threats that we face, both foreign and domestic. These individuals that we've brought to justice already include over 1,500 known and suspected terrorists that we have already found in the last year that President Trump has been in the White House, and we brought them to justice and removed them from our country. We also have thousands and thousands of gang members, MS-13, TDA members that have partnered to victimize people and perpetuate violence upon them. We're continuing to do that work and will every single day, but we need funding to make sure that all of our law enforcement agencies have the tools they do to bring them to justice.
Well, let's actually talk about that. So when we are looking at the department having gone unfunded now for 17 days, I'd like to know what are the real implications of that. So I think a lot of people, when you look at the Department of Homeland Security, we've obviously seen in the news, ICE and CBP. We just talked about some of the good work that ICE has done, particularly ICE HSI. We look at the border, customs protections, people coming through, making sure whether it is weapons being smuggled or whether it is drugs, that those things are caught by those men and women there at the border. Then we look at the other missions that fall under the Department of Homeland Security. Our courageous men and women in the Coast Guard. You look at those serving in FEMA. We have been ravaged by storms both in the south and up the northeast, and these people need assistance and they need help. That all comes through your department. You look at the Secret Service, and you look at where that is. You look at the Center for Domestic Preparedness, for example, in Anniston, Alabama, which I hope I have your commitment to continuing to make sure that our law enforcement officers are trained there in the event of something unthinkable.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
as we look at all of this, and our TSA officers, I was struck by what I saw. Actually, you have put this up here behind me. When you see what's happening with people going without pay, again, so you have people like a TSA officer that went without pay for 43 days in the previous Democrat-led shutdown, and here they go once again. The financial insecurity that comes from that is tremendous. We heard reports of officers sleeping in their cars at airports to save money on gas, selling their blood and plasma, and taking on a second job to make ends meet. Some are just recovering from the financial impact of the 43-day shutdown, and many are still reeling from it. We cannot put them through another such experience. In the last minute left, will you tell us the real implications of this shutdown on men and women that stepped up to serve our country in the highest way to keep our homeland safe and secure?
Yes, I'm grateful for our TSA security officers that are still showing up and doing their jobs, running those security checkpoints, even though they're not collecting a paycheck. A couple of the stories that I had heard when I spent time with them just in recent days was one individual whose wife needed cancer treatment, $1,200 treatment that he couldn't afford, and had to go and borrow money so she could get her cancer treatment because he wasn't getting his paycheck. Another individual who had 9 children, was raising 2 of his grandchildren as well, that was struggling to pay his bills, took a nighttime job as a welder just to try to keep food on the table for the responsibilities that he had. These people joined TSA because of 9/11, because they want to be a part of keeping people safe in the United States and defending our homeland. Beyond that, FEMA, our ability to fund disaster response is virtually gone. It needs to be refunded. Our FEMA employees are out there doing work every single day, but we have 10,800 individuals that are funded out of the disaster relief fund that could potentially not be there for them and not respond to individuals who need it when they have those terrible storms or devastating crises.
Well, thank you for your work, and I'm hopeful that we can work with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to find a pathway forward to fund the
Senator
department.
Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. Madam Secretary, for a year, you maintained that no U.S. citizens have been arrested or detained by ICE or CBP. After hearings that I conducted in the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation as the ranking member, you admitted finally in a letter written to me just last month that, in fact, U.S. citizens have been detained and arrested. I'm going to ask, Mr. Chairman, that that letter be entered into the record. Thank you. You put the number as 38. Far more American citizens have been arrested by ICE and CBP, probably in the hundreds, perhaps the thousands. Have you met with any of the American citizens who have been detained or arrested by your agency?
The individuals that may have been detained and arrested were individuals that could have been obstructing law enforcement operations
haven't met
and
with
committing
them,
crimes
correct?
that way, and that we would have
I'd like
been
to
individuals
introduce you to
until their
3 of
identity was
them.
confirmed.
Leo, Javier, and Marimar, would you please stand? These 3 individuals, Madam Secretary, were arrested by your agency, Leonardo Garcia Venegas, Javier Ramirez, and Marimar Martinez. Do you know what your agents did to Leo Venegas? I'll tell you. On May 21 of last year, they entered the private property at a house that he was constructing without consent, without a warrant, illegally. Again, on June 12th, they entered private property, a home where he was doing construction. He is a United States citizen, born in Florida. They seized him and ignored and disregarded his proof of citizenship. Wouldn't you agree with me that no U.S. citizen simply working lawfully should be arrested?
In law enforcement operations across the country, there are times when U.S. citizens
simple yes or
may
no.
be arrested or detained until
Would
their
you agree
identity
with
is
me,
confirmed
Madam
and that they
Secretary,
haven't
that
committed a
U.S.
crime.
citizens should not be arrested when they are obeying the law, they have no criminal record, and they are engaged in a lawful activity?
Sir, in situations where law enforcement, regardless of the agency across the country, when there is probable
Let me
cause,
tell
an
you about
individual
Javier
may be-
Ramirez. Do you know what your agents did to Javier Ramirez? He was on his own private property when he was assaulted by masked agents, his own property, without a warrant, without consent. They said, get him. He's Mexican. He was violently slammed into the ground while being handcuffed and taken into custody, despite telling officers that he is a United States citizen and even showing them his passport. And when he was asked what he was being arrested for, you know what they said? We don't know. Wouldn't you agree that targeting someone just because he is or looks like he is Mexican when he is a United States citizen is wrong?
Senator, we do not target people based on their race or ethnicity. We do targeted operations
Well,
based on criminal backgrounds and
This story
information
goes
that we
on,
have.
Madam Secretary. Javier was detained for over 4 days. He was denied medicine that he needed for severe diabetes. He lost consciousness. He had severe hypoglycemia. Wouldn't you agree with me that medical treatment should have been provided to him?
Senator,
Denied.
medical treatment is provided to individuals
wasn't
in
for
our
him.
processing and
Wouldn't you agree that
detention
was wrong?
centers. Within 12 hours, they have a medical examination. We get them the prescriptions and medication that they need. They also have a full
Will you
evaluation.
commit to take
including-
action and to look into why he was denied medical treatment?
Yes, I will look into that case specifically for you, Senator.
Marimar Martinez is with us
Mm-hmm.
today as well. She's standing right behind you. She was on her way to donate clothing at her church when she came across an unmarked car. The agents sideswiped her car. 3 masked agents in camouflage stormed out, and one of them pulled out his gun and fired at her moving vehicle, hitting her 5 times. She almost bled to death. Wouldn't you agree that shooting Miramar Martinez on her way to donate clothing at her church, a United States citizen from Chicago, is wrong?
Sir, I don't know the situation or the case. I'll look into it to ensure that all
Well,
the
I'm
procedures
glad
were
you'll look
followed
into
properly.
it. Miramar, by the way, was falsely charged with impeding law enforcement, but the case actually fell apart. The judge dismissed it as being trumped up. He dismissed it with prejudice. And in fact, the agent who shot her, I'm not going to name him, but you know who he is, was quoted on social media the day or so afterward. And he said, quote, "I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys." And quote, "Cool, I'm up for another round of F around and find out." Will you join me in condemning that agent?
Sir, that situation, I don't know the details of, but I will look into that.
I don't know why you can't join me in saying it was wrong to shoot Miramar, almost cause her death, and then brag about it. Wouldn't you agree with me that it was wrong?
Well, sir, the way that you have portrayed it, it appears to be, but let me look into the case so I can speak to the specifics of it.
In fact, apparently, contrary to what you just said, you actually supported the agent who shot Ms. Martinez 5 times. He's quoted as saying, when he was asked, everyone has been supportive, including Chief Bovino, Chief Banks, Secretary Noem, and El Jefe himself, referring presumably to President Trump. Is the agent who shot Ms. Martinez still on the job?
Sir, our law enforcement officers conduct operations every day according to procedures and to training and the experience that they have. When there is
the
when
agent
there is something that
who
is not
shot
done
Ms.
properly,
Martinez still on the job carrying a gun?
I don't know the details. I will find out and get that information to you.
Would you agree with me that he shouldn't be on the job
I
carrying
will
a gun?
look into this case and get back to you on the details. I'm
I
not
think
familiar
Americans
with it.
would find it absolutely terrifying that that agent is still on the job carrying a gun. And the fact that you can't tell me that you will take him off?
Sir, do you know who Angel Samanago is? Do you recognize that name?
You know,
This is
I
an
think we're
individual
talking about
that was
an
murdered
egregious
in your
illegality
state
here,
by an
a
illegal
violation
alien,
of rights and trust.
duct taped.
The answers are
It looked
very
like it was
simple,
an assassination.
And I would have hoped
I haven't
that
heard you say
you
one
could give
victim's
better
name
answers today
from illegal
to these
immigrants that
3
are here
individuals.
perpetuating
Would you like
violence
to say
against
anything
people.
to Ms. Miramar?
I'd
Ms.
like to hear you
Ramirez,
say the
or
name
Mr.
of one of our victims
Venegas?
of illegal criminal activity and fight for one of those victims so that we can stop as many of them from being created in the future by people who should never be in this country to begin with. Illegal
Well,
individuals and
charges
aliens that are
against
in this country.
Ms. Martinez were dismissed with prejudice. Let me ask you about a memo that evidently was written by the acting director of ICE. This memo, have you seen it?
I can't tell what it says. I see lots of memos. I see
Well, this
many,
memo
many a
is
day.
by Acting Director Todd Lyons. It's been frequently referenced in the hearing that I conducted by the whistleblower who testified, Brian Schwank, as being the basis for instructing ICE agents. It specifically says that ICE agents should violate the Fourth Amendment and break into people's homes without a judicial warrant. Do you agree with it?
I will look at that memo, sir. I can't read it from here, but if it's referencing administrative warrants, that is the proper legal tool that this body has given us to utilize on immigration enforcement operations. Those administrative warrants were provided and affirmed by the Supreme Court.
Let me ask you one last
and we'll
question.
continue to use those.
Madam Secretary, does Corey Lewandowski have a role in approving contracts? And if so, what is that role?
His role as a special government employee, special government employees work for the White House and the administration. There's thousands of them.
So he does have a role.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we're having folks stand up, I would have Laken Riley stand up. I would have Kayla Hamilton stand up. I would have Jocelyn Nangari stand up. I would have Rachel Morin stand up. I would have the beautiful sons and daughters who were murdered by illegal immigrants stand up, but they can't because they're dead. They were murdered by illegal immigrants that were led into this country by Joe Biden. And I think it's important to set the stage, since we're having this oversight hearing, to set the stage how we got here. 5 years ago, something was done that had never been done in the history of our country. We had a president who willfully ignored immigration laws and immigration enforcement, threw open the border to 15 million people who are here illegally, tens of thousands of murderers, hundreds of thousands of hardened, violent criminals. And we can debate why. I know why. They're trying to pump up the numbers for their congressional districts because they lost the case with the American people. But the tragedies that ensued, the tragedies that were left in the wake of this disastrous policy are what we're left with. And your job now is to finally enforce our immigration laws. And they don't like it. They actually don't think that anybody should have to leave. Because if you create the problem so big, which is what Joe Biden and the Democrats tried to do, the only solution is mass amnesty. And I'm here to tell you, we're not doing it. And the mass deportations will continue. Thank God we front-loaded the money for ICE. Thank God we did it. Because it was just a matter of time. Now, by the way, the outrage machine has moved on to something else, so I actually have hope that maybe we'll actually approve DHS funding. But we're not kneecapping ICE. We're not doing it. We're not going to take away the tools that they have to deport criminals in this country who are raping and murdering sons and daughters. So for all the spectacle that the Democrats want to create, the American people will not lose sight of what this mission is, which is to restore American sovereignty. No country, no sane country would ever do this. We lived through it. Now it's time to fix it. And this sanctuary status that many of these jurisdictions, there's about 11 that matter the most in this country. But what is that about? What does that really mean? It means that the local leaders will not tell ICE when rapists and murderers and criminals are released from prison so they can be deported. Think about that. Think about that. That's what's happening. And by the way, it's happening in Northern Virginia. The new governor just today said that this brutal killer, Abdul Jallo, an illegal immigrant from Sierra Leone with more than 30 prior arrests, who brutally stabbed to death Stephanie Minter, a mother, an American citizen, less than 50 miles from here, she will not work with ICE. If for some reason this monster gets released, she will not let ICE know when he's being released. Think about that. That's what is happening in this country. So forgive me if I don't want to be lectured by the Democrats on this point. I would think in a different time, in a different place, that we could all actually agree that if somebody is here illegally and they're being released from prison, that we would let federal law enforcement know about it. Apparently not. And so if you want to know why we had the flashpoint in Minneapolis, it's because it's a sanctuary jurisdiction that wasn't letting anybody cooperate. It wasn't responding to 911 calls for law enforcement and encouraging people to engage in this kind of confrontation. So I just want to go through a few of these. I mentioned Abdul Jallo. Let's talk about the difference between states that actually work with ICE and states or jurisdictions that don't. This is the contrast. Cecilio Lopez Vaquez was an illegal alien from Guatemala. He was arrested by the Missouri Highway Patrol for DUI. Cecilio had previously been deported in 2006 and had an active rape warrant in Guatemala. Missouri is not a sanctuary state and turned Cecilio over to ICE. He was deported. Thank God. Hernando Garcia Morales was an illegal alien from Mexico. He was arrested multiple times in New Jersey for crimes including burglary. New Jersey is a sanctuary state, failed to notify DHS or ICE. He was released. On January 9th of this year, he threw a baseball-sized rock at a school bus, shattering a window and hospitalizing a third grader. Ariel Nunez Figueroa was an illegal alien from Mexico with an arrest warrant tied to the murder of 43 students at the Ayotzinapa Teachers College. ICE arrested him in Houston, Texas, not a sanctuary city. DHS deported him on March 6th. Christian Espinozo Sarango was an illegal alien from Ecuador, arrested in New Haven, Connecticut for sexually assaulting a minor. He was charged with multiple serious offenses. Connecticut's sanctuary laws prevented cooperation with ICE, and he was released into the community before being rearrested by ICE. Mayama Sese was an illegal alien from Liberia. She was a former rebel commander linked to war crimes, including recruiting and leading child soldiers. Despite a removal order entered in 2022, she was not taken into custody by ICE until April 19th of 2025. The previous administration refused to deport her. She has now since been deported. Hector Balderas Ahorne was an illegal alien from Mexico arrested in California for a felony hit and run that killed an 11-year-old boy. California, a sanctuary state, rejected DHS's detainer. Hector has a bond of $100,000 that could allow this guy back on the streets. We don't know. If he's released, they're not going to tell ICE. Luis Elias Santos was convicted of statutory rape in Boone County, Missouri. Missouri cooperated with ICE. ICE took him into custody on February 20th, 2026, and assuming he will be deported. Finally, Hugo Rene Hernandez Mendez was arrested in Prince George's County, Maryland, for DUI. The county did not cooperate with ICE and released him. Months later, he murdered Dakara Thompson, a 19-year-old woman. She would be alive today had Maryland cooperated with ICE. I don't know how you explain this away, but I just want to ask you, Madam Secretary, how critical is it for the operations of ICE to deport these monsters to be able to work with local leaders?
Oh, it's absolutely critically important. It keeps our officers safe. It allows them to do their operation in an efficient manner to make sure that the public is safe as well. And when you talk about these sanctuary jurisdictions turning murders and rapists loose on the street, I picture every time listening to Rachel Morin's mom telling the story of how she died, how she was brutally raped and murdered, and a mother of 5 children that no longer have a mother. And that individual who raped and murdered her was released 3 different times, back out to perpetuate more crimes. And that's what I don't understand, the argument that these Democrats are making. Do we have to wait until someone who's in this country illegally creates another victim before we hold them accountable and get them out of our country? Why do we have to wait until there's more murder victims?
We need to
More-
end sanctuary cities. I want to ask you real quickly, we've talked about illegal immigration, the time I have left, legal immigration and the abuses we've seen. I've written to you about H-1B and OPT, and for those listening, the H-1B program was marketed as a program to bring in the best and the brightest for people, for jobs that we don't have people for. That's been patently false. What's happening is this abuse is that American citizens are being displaced by cheaper, more obedient foreign labor. The abuse has been pretty rampant. I've written to you about that. And the OPT program, which has become visa mills for universities, taking away opportunities for American students because they don't have to pay taxes on the foreign labor for at least a year if you have this visa for OPT. Anyway, there's been rampant abuse we've seen. I've written to you about this. I appreciate your response. I want to just, with the remaining time, you committed in that letter to reevaluate OPT's scope and duration. I just want to ask you, what's the timeline for that review, and will you commit to completing that reevaluation this year?
Yes, we are. We're continuing to do that review now, and it will be completed here in 2026.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
In 30 seconds, we'll take a break. I want to say law enforcement continues to face a record amount of threats in the course of their duties. This is unacceptable. As I mentioned earlier, any loss of life is a tragedy. When rare instances occur, potential misconduct is investigation, and these investigations should play out. We'll stand at ease for a few minutes. say she's coming down the hall? The secretary's just about here, and when she gets here, Senator Ronald will be the first person to question. How'd you know she was in the hall? She'd be here by now.
At least that's what they tell me.
Is she coming through this door?
Yes, sir. She'll come through here.
Go see if she's coming down the hall.
She's down the hallway. She's walking down the hallway now, sir.
Yeah. I just checked, the secretary is coming. Tell me, Secretary, when you're ready.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready. Yes, sir.
You're ready?
I'm ready. Yes.
Senator Verano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last year, the American people have watched in horror as DHS agents have terrorized our communities. We've all seen pictures and videos of ICE agents dragging people out of their cars, shooting them with pepper balls or worse, murdering people in the streets. This is not normal, but it's what communities being targeted by ICE are forced to face every day under this regime. It is why Americans of every background across the country are up in arms and raising a hue and cry about ICE. My first question, Ms. Noem. Last August, DHS attempted to deport 600 children to Guatemala in the middle of the night. When challenged in court, the lawyer representing DHS said a request had been made by either their parent or legal guardian to justify deporting these children. A federal judge found that statement had no support. In other words, no evidence that the parents have been asked. That statement by the lawyer representing DHS was false? That was a lie? Yes or no?
Ma'am, in that situation and in many others, we're working to return children back to their parents so they can be with their families. And specifically in Guatemala, we were stopped by an activist judge from returning those children to some of their family members. And we'll continue to work to reunite them
was a lie
so that
because
we
the
can keep
judge
people
said
together.
you lied.
These poor
Your
angel families
attorney
behind me will
lied.
never have their children again.
Reclaiming
And that's
my
one of my
time.
motivations every day.
After DHS agents shot Marimar Martinez 5 times, 5 times, your department was quick to label her a domestic terrorist and claim that she ambushed and rammed federal agents with her car. She was even criminally charged, only for those charges to be completely dropped when body camera footage showed the truth, that during the incident, the DHS agents announced that it's time to get aggressive and then rammed her car. Secretary Noem, DHS was lying when it said Ms. Martinez was a domestic terrorist who ambushed federal agents? Yes or no? That was a lie.
Every day, our law enforcement officers face tragic situations on the ground. They
Ms.
work
Noam,
every day to
I am
bring
not
public
hearing
safety
yes or
threats to
no.
justice.
You know what? You actually had to dismiss the lies that you alleged against Ms. Martinez. So that was a lie. Next. After DHS agents shot and killed ICU nurse Alex Preddy, you were also quick to label him a domestic terrorist. Even before an investigation began, you said he was brandishing a gun, a firearm. You also said he was apparently trying to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. The videos show that Preddy had a phone in his hand while helping a woman who was pepper sprayed. He never touched his gun. After DHS agents pinned Preddy to the ground and your agents removed the gun, they then shot him at least 6 times, killing him. Secretary Noam, when DHS claimed that Mr. Preddy was a domestic terrorist who was brandishing a firearm, that was a lie. Yes or no?
That investigation is still ongoing, being led by the FBI, but when that horrific day happened in that tragic situation, we continued to relay information from agents on the
I'm
ground
not hearing
to get
your answers
information to
a
the American
simple
public.
yes or no questions. So moving on. Secretary Noam, in this photo, this man is on the ground and there are multiple people holding him down. Yes or no?
Yes.
You see? Yes or no?
Yes, he's laying on the ground, and there are
Yes.
multiple people with their hands on him. Yes.
So that is what the American people saw. This man is completely subdued on the ground with multiple DHS agents on top of him. Despite being pinned down, a DHS agent soaks him with pepper spray, which can blind and burn a person. You can't even see his face. That yellow substance is pepper spray because your agent deemed it necessary to cover his face with pepper spray. Next photo. In this photo, the man with the clergy collar is surrounded by multiple DHS agents. Yes or no?
Yes.
Showing you a picture, yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
That is what the American people saw. This man is Reverend David Black, who is the senior pastor of the First Presbyterian Church of Chicago. He had his arms up in prayer when ICE agents fired pepper balls directly at his head. They shot him 7 times, including twice in his head. Next photo. In this photo, do you see the woman on the ground? Yes or no?
Yes.
That's what the American people saw. This is just after your DHS agent violently shoved her against the wall and down to the ground in front of her 2 young children. She later went to the hospital. Secretary Noam, under your leadership, DHS attacks Americans and acts as if the law doesn't apply to them. That recklessness and lack of accountability stem from the lies that you and your partners in this regime are constantly telling. Oh, it's domestic terrorists. They were aggressive, whatever. Meanwhile, Stephen Miller, a top White House official, declared to an ICE officer, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. To all ICE officers. That is Stephen Miller. When DHS agents hear what you and the White House say, those agents think they can do anything. They know there will be no accountability for their lawlessness. They know that when they fire their weapons without restraints, you will immediately and reflexively blame the victims and label them domestic terrorists, regardless of the circumstances or facts. That is exactly what happened when DHS officers shot and killed Renee Good. DHS agents pulled up to her car, surrounding her. Moments later, a DHS officer shot her 3 times through the car window. She died. In response, you blamed Renee Good, saying she committed an act of domestic terrorism. Vice President Vance was then quick to say that the ICE officer who killed Ms. Good is protected by absolute immunity. No wonder we saw DHS shoot and kill another innocent person mere weeks later. The lies that you and this regime spread are creating a culture that fosters abuse of power. This is the reason we need clear guardrails on DHS. No more masks, no more warrantless searches, no more roving gangs of officers terrorizing our communities. We need DHS to meet the same use of force standards that local police need to meet. They have the same requirements to identify themselves like local police have, and use the same warrants that local police use. In other words, we need immediate guardrails to rein in the lawlessness that you have unleashed. Mr. Chairman, I am done with this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, thank you for being here. I'm really glad that a lot of my Republican colleagues talked about the disaster that Biden and Mayorkas, your predecessor, created. It was absurd. You heard the things from Senator Brett, people that came over here who themselves were traumatized by the very people who then come to this country and traumatize American citizens. You heard Senator Schmidt saying the same thing. A lot of us are very frustrated with the disaster that President Biden left behind and a failed DHS. It's why I'm angry, and it's why I've been critical of you, Secretary Noem, because we're missing an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons President Trump won a year and a half ago is because people were sick and tired of a Democratic administration's open border policy and allowing millions of people to come to this country, 1.7 million called gotaways. We don't even know where they are, but we know when you pay a premium to a cartel to get them into this country, they're bad people. Now, why have I been critical of Secretary Noem? Because I don't think we're focusing on, we have limited resources. ICE can't be everywhere at once. There's very few people in Capitol Hill that support law enforcement more than me, including the sworn ICE officers. In fact, I've just been told, fortunately, in about a week and a half, we're going to get a plaque on the wall over the Capitol thanking the Capitol police officers and all the agencies that responded on January 6th. All those thugs have actually been pardoned, and yet we haven't thanked the Capitol police officers for their work here. So when I say I'm unapologetically pro-law enforcement, you can count in every single sworn officer in Homeland Security. So why am I disappointed with Secretary Noem? Because we're not going after enough people who did this damage at the expense of running numbers that Stephen Miller wants out of the White House. We just want numbers. We want 1,000 a day, 6,000 a day, 9,000 a day because numbers matter, right? No, they don't matter. Quality matters, not quantity, quality. And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens. I could talk about the culture that's been created here with Stephen Miller aiding and abetting. I heard first reports that he was the one that said it was a domestic terrorist situation where 2 people lost their lives in Minneapolis. I've heard that report. Maybe you can refute it. I don't know that we'll have time for you to respond because I'm giving you a performance evaluation here. I'm not looking for a response. And I'm saying, Ms. Noem, that time after time after time I've been disappointed. But before I get back to looking at the vicious people that did this damage to these families, I want to talk a minute about FEMA. You have a policy right now that anything over $100,000 has to go through your desk for approval. I asked my staff, because I'm a management consultant, I don't try to do cheap shots in here, but the facts do not lie. This is your administration for FEMA response. This is President Trump's first administration. Which one would you like to have? If you're a state that has a $60 billion disaster, your biggest disaster in South Dakota that I can tell that when you were an elected official was about $500 million. So 1/100th of this single storm where thousands of people are hurting in North Carolina and you're just barely catching up. This is what competent FEMA leadership looks like. This is what incompetent FEMA leadership looks like. And people are hurting in Western North Carolina from the most significant storm they've ever experienced. This is what we need more of. I'm convinced you can't do it. If you're requesting a review of $100,000 and up, then it begs the question, why? Why would you be involved in that? Why would that be a policy? And in a minute, I'll ask about some people that are involved, some special government employees. Why are they involved in it? Thank you.
Senator,
no,
that $100,000 only had to do.
And I will hold the clock until I finish.
Okay.
The bottom line is, I've done the analysis. And you can say whatever you want to. I've worked with a Democrat governor. I've worked with a Republican governor. I've worked with fiscal research. We have people contacting my office now to get the information to better understand the failure of this department. You failed at FEMA. And in fact, if I get to it, actually, why don't I cover this right now? The Homeland Security Act of 2002 expressly prohibits the Secretary of Homeland Security from restricting or diverting FEMA resources from the agency's mission. Based on your disaster response, the chart that I just showed you, I have reason to believe that you're violating the law, either knowingly or unknowingly. So I'll be asking and getting a submission to the record, submitting a question for the record, what the total amount of FEMA reimbursements are currently being held by DHS, awaiting for final approval. Held by DHS, awaiting for final approval for an agency that you should not be obstructing the disbursement on. I'm going to give you time to answer to it under penalty of perjury so that we can get it right. Now, going back to Minneapolis, why can't we just say we made a mistake? I will ask you one question, if you can just give me a quick response. Who does Tom Homan work for? You or the president?
The president.
Okay. Why is that? Because I believe the president recognized that you weren't getting it done in Minneapolis, and you're putting us further away from pointing to this. We're beginning to get the American people to think that deporting people is wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way you're going about deporting them is wrong. The fact that you can't admit to a mistake, which looks like under investigation, is going to prove that Miss Good and Mr. Petty probably should not have been shot in the face and in the back. Law enforcement needs to learn from that. You don't protect them by not looking after the facts. Not only should the FBI be investigating it, but every single law enforcement agency in that jurisdiction should be invited to it, so our law enforcement officers do not have this pall cast upon them. One of the reasons why ICE officers are having threats, and damn the people that threaten ICE officers, because so many of them are doing a good job, is because you've cast a pall on them by acting like we should investigate things differently. Officer-involved shootings have a formula that we should go through every time. And we're not going through that formula. As a matter of fact, in Ms. Good's case, I think that they were even saying that maybe there wasn't even a need to do it in the DOJ. I hope that that's changed. But I'm telling you, it was a civil rights review. I saw your frown. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But originally, Blanche said there wouldn't be an investigation. Folks, law enforcement, we've got to have their back. We've got to make it clear when they make a mistake, then they get corrected for it. But you don't walk away from it, and you've done it too many times. Now, Secretary, I read your book last week. And honestly, some of the parts of it impressed me, but some of it distresses me. And I'll give you a good example of one that does. The passage where you talk about killing a dog that was 14 months old. I train dogs, all right? And you are a farmer. You should know better. You should know that if you're going out to a hunting lodge and you're putting pheasants out and you're putting dogs out, you don't take a puppy out there. A 14-month-old dog is basically a teenager in dog years. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices. It's in your book. We could play it if we had time. At that same lunch hour, you killed a goat. And you killed the goat because you said it was behaving badly. You are a farmer. You don't castrate a goat. They behave badly. You should have probably done that before. But my point is, those are bad decisions made in the heat of the moment, not unlike what happened up in Minneapolis. I expect we're an exceptional nation. And one of the reasons we're exceptional is we expect exceptional leadership. And you've demonstrated anything but that in the time that I've seen you responding to the emergency in North Carolina and across the Southeast, and acknowledging when mistakes are made, and speaking too soon for the expedient of social media or whatever it is. I'll leave you with this, Ms. Nome. I'm expecting answers to Charlotte's Web. I requested it a month ago. That was one of the investigations in Charlotte, 20 minutes from where I live. All I asked for, if it had to be anonymized, was information so that I could determine if your hit rate is right. I want to find more of those people, and I want to detain fewer of the others. And Mr. Chair, in my remaining time, I have a lot to go. But I want to submit this letter from the Office of Inspector General that cites 10 different instances under Ms. Nome's leadership where they've been misled and not allowed to pursue investigations that they think are critically important. Does anybody have any idea how bad it has to be for the OIG in this agency to come out and do this publicly? That is stonewalling, that's a failure of leadership, and that is why I've called for your resignation. And if I don't get an answer to these questions, I don't want an applause. Please don't do that for me. If I don't get an answer to these questions, if I don't get an answer that you've had a month to respond to, and the remaining ones, as of today, I'll be informing leadership that I'm putting a hold on any en-bloc nominations until I get a response. And in 2 weeks, if I don't get a response, I'm going to deny quorum and markup in as many committees as I can until I get a response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now it's Senator Booker's turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Nome, you're in charge of your agency. The buck stops with you, correct?
I'm in charge of my agency, what?
The buck stops with you,
Yes, correct.
And you had to swear an oath to the Constitution before you took this job, right?
Correct.
So one of the most sacrosanct ideals of our nation, enshrined in our Constitution, is freedom, is liberty.
Mm-hmm.
It is an idea that the government has a very high standard should they take away liberty and freedom from an American citizen. How many U.S. citizens has DHS detained as of last October?
Senator, if you're talking about detained and arrested, is that those that have been violating and obstructing our law enforcement operations? Is that what you're referencing? Because it could be hundreds and hundreds. We have faced violent riots across the country,
you are
specifically in Portland and in
the
Minneapolis.
only people you've detained are committing crimes, but you and I both know
Oh,
that's
I
not
haven't
true.
said that. I didn't
so
say
then
that.
how
I asked
many
which ones you
people
were referencing.
have you detained?
I can't give you an accurate number because we've literally detained and arrested many for those obstruction of law enforcement operations, and
So
also
public
others
records,
that had probable
let me tell you what
cause,
my staff researched.
and then released
May
once
I,
they're-
may I
yes.
continue? Public records are showing that over 170 incidents of your agency unlawfully taking away the liberties and freedoms of American citizens. This includes 20 children, 20 American kids that your agency detained. How long can your agency detain an American citizen?
We don't detain children and separate them from their parents. Those parents have chosen
You're telling me
to
under
keep their
oath
child
right now.
with
Hold on.
them.
I just want to be clear. You're telling me under oath right now that your agency has not detained American children.
Those parents have chosen to keep their children with them. We don't separate families like the
So,
Biden
hold on.
administration
Let me
did.
continue.
We keep them together, and parents
please
have the
let me
option
continue.
on if they want their child with
How long
them
do
or not with them.
detentions last when you detain an American citizen? How long do they last?
We don't detain American citizens, and if there's
well,
probable cause.
Let me give you, because you are not speaking truthfully under oath. Isaiah Pena Salcedo, a U.S. citizen living in California, was detained more than 70 hours, almost 3 days, even after he showed ICE agents his passport. My colleague, Senator Blumenthal, gave you example after example. He brought people here who had something else we Americans consider sacrosanct, our home, our property. Your masked agents jumping out of unmarked cars have broken into, considerable property damage occurring, into American citizens' homes. Case after case of this, and you sit here before me and claim the buck stops with you, but you don't even know the names of these individuals. I ran New Jersey's largest municipal police department. When my officers engaged in misconduct, you can be damn well sure I knew about it and I investigated it. And yet you have situations where your officers are violating the sanctity of people's homes, arresting and detaining them and holding their children. And you're acting as if you don't know about it and saying that under oath. Miramar Martinez, who is here right now, on her way to church, an American citizen going to church, not just to worship, but to donate clothing. Your officers shot her multiple times. The case was thrown out of court, and you represent here that you don't know about it. In New Jersey, are you aware of your officers' activities in places like schools? Are you aware of your officers' activities at our public schools?
Sir, we don't go into schools and do targeted law enforcement operations. We do targeted law enforcement operations like other agencies
So you're
and law
telling me that
enforcement
ICE officers entered the grounds of a high school in Minneapolis? That's a fact. Elementary school children in New Jersey are terrified of your agents. When they came upon a school bus stop, they fled. Another school, a higher education, Columbia University, your agents reportedly lied to students, told them they were searching for a missing person to gain access to private spaces, to non-public areas of campus. Secretary Noem, these are kids. They're terrified in our communities. How do you think that affects them when children in my state go running, fleeing, and often you all pursue children, throwing them to the ground, getting on their backs, putting them in handcuffs? I want to talk to you about this incredible empire of for-profit companies that are profiting at rates we've never seen, and the way you're using money. Let's drill down on the warehouses that DHS has been buying over the last several months, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. Are you familiar with the acquisition of a warehouse DHS recently bought in Roxbury Township, New Jersey?
Yes.
You are familiar with that?
Mm-hmm. I'm
Do you
familiar
know
that
how
it's-
much you spent for it?
No, sir, I do not.
$129.3 million. Do you know how much it was assessed for in New Jersey?
Sir, we're purchasing centers across the country to build efficiency into our detention system.
Efficiency to
so that
me,
we
as
can,
a person who's run tight budgets before and had taxpayer dollars, you paid $129.3 million for a facility in my state that was assessed at less than half of that, at $62 million. To work for a president that says he's a great deal maker, I can't believe he thinks that you're a great deal maker. But what's worse than that is that the Roxbury Township Council, comprised entirely of Republicans, voted unanimously early this year to oppose that facility. My office tried to facilitate a meeting between DHS and local officials so that ICE could hear their concerns, yet DHS did not even respond. That is unacceptable, that you all would enter a town. You wouldn't even follow environmental reviews or have conversations with local officials about the resources, from emergency resources to fire resources and more, that you're going to pull down. You didn't even have a conversation. Secretary Noem, do you comply with court orders?
Yes, we do comply
Your
with court
agency
orders.
complies with court orders.
Yes, we comply with federal
again,
court
you were
orders.
saying under oath that you do, and yet we know in January the chief judge, Republican appointed for the Federal District of Minnesota, found that ICE had violated nearly 100 court orders since January 1st alone. In my state of New Jersey, last month, the Chief of Staff to Deputy Attorney General admitted in my state that in the New Jersey District Court that the government had violated 52 separate court orders, all involving cases where immigrants successfully challenged the legality of their detention. So this, again, is a constitution that you swore an oath to, and one of the most important ideals is that no one is above the law. You are violating the separation of powers, violating court orders, and routinely violating the civil rights of Americans. This is a reckless and out-of-control agency that you are responsible for. You seem to have no situational awareness whatsoever of some of the most egregious examples of Americans being completely attacked, violated, undermined in accordance with our laws by their own government. And this is what is phenomenal to me, is immigration was your president's #1 issue, overwhelmingly popular with the American people. But now it's overwhelmingly unpopular. And it's not because you are deporting dangerous people that everybody here wants out of our country. No, it's because you're going into our schools. You're terrorizing our children. You're detaining children. You're arresting Americans. You're breaking into our homes. You're terrorizing our streets. You're violating our rights to peacefully protest again and again and again.
None of
and then
that
when
is
a court
true.
tells you
None
to
of
stop,
that is true.
and then when a court
You are
tells
trying
you to stop,
to impede
you
us
violate
from enforcing
judges'
the law
orders. Not in
and
a
getting
partisan
dangerous
way,
criminals off of our streets
Republican-appointed and
so we don't have more
Democratic-appointed.
families like the ones that are
Don't
sitting
sit
behind
there
me.
and tell me that
Lost
you are
their children. They're
responsible
gone forever.
for the running of your agency when you're not even aware. Either you are utterly incompetent or you are violating laws with impunity. You should step down from your position. If you don't, you should be removed by this president. And if not, Congress should impeach you.
Yeah, I appreciate the encouragement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Noem, for being here. Just over a year ago, President Trump took office. At the time he did so, he came in with a significant mandate, or set of mandates. One of those mandates included the task of having to address a veritable tidal wave of illegal immigration that had occurred during the 4-year period between 2021 and 2025. A period of time in which an unknown number of people entered the United States borders unlawfully. Some have said it's maybe 10 or 15 million. Some have said it's more. It's difficult to ascertain. But what we do know is that many of those same people who were encouraging those things at that time are the same people who are now opposing President Trump and his efforts and your efforts and those of your department to remove those individuals. That was part of his mandate, clean up the mess. Now, under ordinary circumstances, I would think that when there are laws of the United States that have been broken, most or all members of this body, if asked, should those who have violated the law in coming to our country be returned to their own countries? I would think we'd all be able to raise our hands in support of that. We had doubt cast on that last week during the President's State of the Union address, when President Trump made the point, quote, "The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens." He asked those of us who agreed with him to stand. And stunningly, a whole lot of my colleagues and a lot of our counterparts on the House of Representatives side declined to stand, refused to stand. These things are not without consequence. Illegal immigration is not something that poses no risk to the American people, to the security of the homeland, to the safety of individual families. It brings tremendous risk, and we've felt that. Some families represented here have felt that all too personally, and my heart goes out to each of them. We also face another threat as we approach another election this fall, a threat that, due to a ripple in existing federal law under the National Voter Registration Act, it's stunningly easy for someone in almost any state in the union to walk into a DMV, fill out a form to apply for a driver's license, which you can do as a non-citizen in almost any state. And by merely checking a box and signing your name, you can register to vote, including to vote in a federal election, even though existing law prohibits anyone who is not a citizen from voting in a U.S. federal election. It's phenomenally easy to do so if they follow this stunning formula. That's why I've proposed the Save America Act, which would make sure that we have the tools necessary to protect your vote. Because anytime someone casts a vote in a federal election who is not an American citizen, it's taking away your vote. It's taking something that doesn't belong to them and that belongs to you uniquely as an American citizen. Yet stunningly, some of the same people who were condemning you and condemning President Trump for trying to clean up the mess that President Biden created over a 4-year period of time are also the people most staunch, most dogged, most dug in their opposition to this very simple reform to make sure that those showing up to vote are entitled to vote. You know, you have to show your credentials in all sorts of circumstances, when boarding a plane, when applying for Social Security benefits, applying for a passport, when starting any new job for a new employer. You have to prove your identity, who you are, and that you're entitled to do that thing. You've got to demonstrate that you are entitled to do the thing that you're going to do. But it's not just government that requires these. When you pick up a prescription at a pharmacy, when you go to the doctor, when you're admitted to a hospital, when you board an airplane, when you pick up airplane tickets, when you go to the Super Bowl, the Emmys, the Grammys, the Oscars, or even the Democratic National Convention, where, yes, photo ID and credentials are required or you can't get in. You see, because the Democratic National Convention understands that when people participate at that event who are not entitled to, they're taking something from someone else who does have that right, and that is wrong. Meanwhile, many of those same individuals who publicly cheered and advocated for President Biden as he was distorting various immigration laws, including the use of immigration parole, which requires an individualized determination in order to admit somebody into this country. President Biden used it categorically to bring in millions of people. With respect to our asylum laws, he just opened the floodgates and started treating people as if they were asylees just for having submitted an asylum application, then let them off into the interior of the United States saying, "We hope one day you will show up to your immigration hearing where you'll have an individualized determination." And by the way, that immigration hearing might be many years or even decades into the future. So the same people who were applauding that are now condemning you and condemning President Trump for just trying to enforce the law. And those very same people today want your department, the entirety of it, to remain shut down, to remain defunded. Secretary Noem, tell me how that is affecting your operations within the department. Either your operations, your ability to protect the American homeland from those who have come here illegally or otherwise. How is that harming the families of those who work in your department? How is that harming the American people and undermining their safety?
Well, the patriots that work at the Department of Homeland Security still get up every day and do their jobs and work hard to protect the American people. There's individuals in some of our departments, though, that have been furloughed, that it's not an option for them to come in and they're not getting paychecks. They're not able to pay their rent, put food on the table for their kids. Our cybersecurity agency has lost hundreds of workers that have been furloughed. We've got weapons of mass destruction that does training for detecting bombs and terrorist activities across the country and works with our local law enforcement, has been furloughed and is not on duty today. We have ICE and CBP and officers at Secret Service and some Coast Guard elements that are still there and are essential employees that are showing up and doing their jobs, but their support staff isn't able to work and their contracting isn't getting done and their management practices aren't getting done and those families are struggling. Many of these TSOs at TSA that are running these security checkpoints are borrowing money so that they can get through a short period here without paychecks, but they just got through one of those and they're still in debt from paying the fines and penalties for late bills. So we are damaging families to make a political point, that the Democratic Party is damaging families long-term to make a political point when it has no effect on what we're able to do for immigration enforcement out there every single day because that agency is funded.
You know, you've heard from some of those same colleagues of mine today on this stand that they're negotiating, that they've made their offer, that they've made it fairly easy for us to fund your department with their conditions. Tell us about those conditions and how those would affect you.
Honestly, I don't understand what their conditions are at this point. One of the discussions that we had was body cameras. I've already instituted body cameras. They're being utilized on our law enforcement officers. They need to be funded. You know, that is something that Congress has not given us the tools to do that. They talk about masks, yet they're the party that in 2020 mandated masks and penalized and put crimes on U.S. citizens if they didn't have a mask on. And now they don't want our law enforcement officers to be protected from doxing and from threats where people have threatened their families and come after them for just doing their jobs.
And that, to be sure, is why they don't want them wearing masks, right? They want to be able to dox them?
They want to be able to dox them and to dox their identities and have them be bullied, threatened, and potentially victimized by people out there who don't support them upholding the law.
Merely for doing their job.
Correct.
Doing their job, which means enforcing the law. Now, who in this room would not want the U.S. government doing its job enforcing the law and sending people back to their home country if they came here illegally? I can't imagine why somebody would not want that. It's stunning to me that particularly during a time like this, they'd want to carry out that kind of shutdown operation. Now, tell me this. Over the last few days, we've had a few new developments on the world stage and domestically with what happened over the weekend in Austin and with what happened on the other side of the world over the weekend. Tell me how that has uniquely intensified the effects of the now 2.5-week-old shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, which has been shut down a couple of times now in the last 5 or 6 months.
We have known and suspected terrorists in this country that we don't know where they are. We have always faced threats here on our homeland, and that is our department's duty, is to do all that we can to protect the American people. But when we have conflicts overseas, we see that the ramifications are higher threats here at home as well. And more resources are needed to be out there to do due diligence, to try to do everything we can to prevent any kind of attack on our homeland against our American citizens.
If we're going to be a country and if we're going to be a safe country, we've got to fund the Department of Homeland Security. We should focus on nothing else until that's done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I call on Senator Padilla, I expect DHS, just like any other executive branch agency, to comply with all lawful court orders. That's why we have an independent judiciary. All local and state law enforcement ought to support their federal law enforcement partners. Our laws need to be followed, even in instances where officials might disagree with them. We have this public safety issue because previous administration refused to enforce our immigration laws. The previous administration let millions of illegal immigrants without proper vetting and creating a humanitarian crisis at the border. President Trump and his administration have acted swiftly to address the crisis and with great success. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla, the senior senator for the state of California. Last June, you were in Los Angeles when you publicly declared that the mission of DHS in Los Angeles was to liberate the people, not just of Los Angeles, but the state of California from its duly elected leaders. The National Guard that was federalized and deployed into Los Angeles to assist DHS in this mission, that whole deployment was deemed unlawful, as I'm sure you are aware. Thankfully, those Guards members and the Marines who were also deployed to assist DHS in Los Angeles have also returned home and to their primary missions. Meanwhile, ICE and CBP are still conducting operations. My first question, the first of several yes or no questions, do you declare mission accomplished?
Senator Padilla, our mission is not accomplished until we get every single illegal criminal out of this country and protect American citizens, until we protect all of our children and these families behind me don't ever have to go through what they had to go through.
I'm trying to ask a question here. Thank you. Trump advisor Steve Bannon, among others close to President Trump, has called for ICE agents to, quote, surround the polls, unquote. However, your acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, has said, quote, there's no reason for us to deploy to a polling facility, unquote. And just last week, your Deputy Assistant Secretary for Election Integrity, Heather Honey, told a bipartisan group of state election officers on a call that ICE would not be present at polling places. I know this question came up earlier, but I have two specifics. One, which is it? Do you, Secretary Noem, agree with Steve Bannon, or your acting ICE director and your Deputy Assistant Secretary?
There are no plans to have ICE officers at polling locations. I'm not certain, Senator, if you're indicating that your party's planning on facilitating illegal aliens voting in our elections.
So I respect that you're saying there's no current plans, but obviously plans can change. No plans is the right answer, but not definitive enough. Sending ICE agents to the polls to intimidate voters is illegal.
Yeah.
And so I want to ask you explicitly, if President Trump or Stephen Miller directed you to do it anyway, with or without a bogus national emergency declaration, would you say no?
Sir, there is no plans to send ICE officers to polling locations, and we're not planning on doing that. Are you planning on sending illegal aliens to vote?
No,
is that
that's
what
already
you're planning
illegal
to do?
And extremely rare.
But people have done it
now,
in the
it's
past,
amazing,
and
Mr.
that's
Chairman,
what,
that we even
are
have
not
to
going...
ask these questions, because just a couple of weeks ago, Secretary Noem, when you visited Arizona, claimed that DHS has authority over certain aspects of elections. So enlighten me here. What statutory authority are you referring to?
The Department of Homeland Security has mitigation responsibility over critical infrastructure, and our election system is defined by statute as critical infrastructure. Therefore, it's under our department to put forward and point out vulnerabilities that may be in our election systems, and then recommend mitigation.
CISA in elections as a former Secretary of State. Third area that I wanted to ask.
I know that states run elections. We just point out vulnerabilities that may exist
Mr. Chairman,
and offer mitigation.
Here.
Okay.
So the nation has watched the violent manner in which many immigrants and citizens alike have been taken into custody by your officers and your agents. In addition to that, 32 people died while in ICE custody last year, and at least 8 more have died in the first 7 weeks of this year. The numbers are a big increase from prior years. Secretary Noem, yes or no, do you care enough about the human rights of the men, women, and children in your custody to improve the conditions as required by the courts?
Yes, absolutely. We adhere to our federal detention standards, which are higher than virtually all state and local detention standards. We provide medical care to all of our detainees, 3 nutritious meals a day. We take care of them. We keep families together.
I appreciate the
We continue to
response,
do
but I
that.
have
You
to tell
talk
you
about
that I
when we
believe
have
my own
unfortunate
eyes.
situations where
And
individuals
I
have
believe
passed
my
away.
own eyes when I saw firsthand the poor conditions in which people were treated when I visited the detention center in California City. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record reports from California-based and national non-governmental organizations, as well as the California Attorney General's Office, about the deplorable conditions at the California City Detention Facility and a recent court order requiring DHS to address these conditions. If I may, without... Thank you very much. Now, maintaining basic standards should not require court orders. The deplorable conditions at facilities across the country are the result of Secretary Noem's failed leadership. Now, since the beginning of the administration, federal judges have found DHS not in compliance with judicial directives on a number of immigration matters. The administration has lost in court on immigration cases more than 4,500 times since October alone, with judges across the country finding that DHS is detaining immigrants unlawfully. And judges appointed by both Republicans and Democrats across the country have threatened to hold the administration in contempt for failure to comply with court orders. This, too, is a result of Secretary Noem's failed leadership. Now, despite clear court orders, DHS continues to refuse members of Congress, including myself, access to detention facilities to conduct unannounced oversight. That's our job. This is yet another court order that DHS refuses to comply with, and another example of Secretary Noem's failed leadership. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security has cut support and collaboration with state and local elections officials on election security. Secretary Noem has cut staff at CISA by a third. You've proposed cutting $500 million from the CISA budget. You talk about critical infrastructure, I know it well. And this is after having transferred $144 million from CISA to ICE last year for immigration enforcement. All this at a time when our country is more vulnerable to cyber attacks than ever. Another example of Kristi Noem's failed leadership. And now the department's also playing political games with the distribution of disaster aid, another sign of failed leadership. And on the topic of immigration enforcement, despite the DHS database that supposedly showcases the worst of the worst, a DHS spokesperson recently admitted that the database was full of inaccurate information. What we know is true, based on DHS's own data, is that less than 14% of those arrested by ICE and CBP have previously been charged with or convicted of violent crimes. Lies have become the pattern or practice of Kristi Noem's DHS. In the fall of last year, Secretary Noem asserted that no American citizens have been arrested or detained, despite more than 170 verified reports to the contrary. During a House Homeland Security Committee oversight hearing recently, Secretary Noem claimed that DHS had not deported veterans, not under this administration. And seconds later, Representative Magaziner presented via a video call Se-Jun Park, a veteran who earned a Purple Heart, but was deported by Secretary Noem's DHS. And so it comes as no surprise that not just the Secretary directly, but her representatives within the department have repeatedly lied to the American people about how the officers and agents under her charge have beaten, tased, shot at, and killed. Secretary Noem, before you even knew the facts or even allowed for a credible investigation to be conducted. You called Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists for exercising their First Amendment rights. And just last week, DHS lied yet again about abandoning a Rohingya refugee, a nearly blind man who couldn't speak or understand English, in the parking lot of a closed coffee shop, only for him to die in the freezing streets of Buffalo. These are not accusations, colleagues. I submit for the record reports, declarations, other documents confirming these lies. For all these reasons and more, Secretary Noem, you should resign, or the President should fire you, or the House should vote to impeach.
Did you want those put in the record? Without objection. Secretary Noem, in a couple minutes, if you want to respond. If you don't want to, I'll go to Senator Moody.
I just wish that Senator Padilla would have used his time to talk about Kate Steinle or other families that lost loved ones that aren't here anymore because of violent, illegal criminals that are in this country that we are charged with removing to protect American citizens. He didn't use any of his time to talk about victims that have been perpetuated by Joe Biden's invasion over the southern border. He didn't talk about the 1.7 billion lives that were saved by the amount of drugs that we've stopped in the last year from coming into our country and killing Americans and many other people. He didn't talk about the fact that we have the lowest murder rate in the last 125 years because of President Trump and the work that he has done to keep Americans safe. He didn't talk about the fact that American citizens should be the priority in this country because they're American citizens. I know he's very concerned about illegal aliens, but my job as a Secretary of Homeland Security is to get up every day and to put American citizens first and keep them safe here in the homeland. And I'll continue to defend the homeland every moment of every day that I get the chance and that I'm blessed to. Thank you.
Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I know it's been a long morning, and certainly we appreciate you being here to answer some really tough questions. But I think questions that are important to have for the American people to know what their government is doing and how it's placing their interests first, finally, and caring about the sovereignty and safety and security and stability of this country. And I know President Trump came in on day one and said, we're taking this back. We've just witnessed years and years of devastation to our communities as a result of a president who was asleep at the wheel or allowed the radicals to run the White House and just pretty much abolished ICE, abolished Border Patrol, basically. I mean, just in your understanding, I know you have previously served as a congresswoman, as a governor, but just in your understanding, have you ever seen anything like the dereliction of duty by a president as it relates to immigration and the safety of a nation?
No, it was alarming, and under that invasion, every state was a border state. Even though I was from South Dakota and the governor there, we were the first state to deploy National Guard down to help support Texas in their efforts to keep our country safe, because we saw millions of people coming into this country unvetted. We saw other countries sending their criminals and emptying out their prisons and their mental health institutes and sending people to our country to make them our problem and to deal with and to try to protect our American citizens from any crimes that they would commit. So that's why I took this job, and why I'm blessed and honored that President Trump has asked me to do this job, is because I get the chance every single day to try to stop the damage that that invasion has corrected and to try to make sure that America is safe here on our homeland.
Your predecessor sat right there in front of this committee. I sure wish I would have been on this committee at the time. At the time, I was the Florida Attorney General dealing with the effects and consequences, the jeopardy to the safety of Floridians as a result of President Biden and his policies. But your predecessor, Mayorkas, sat right there and said under oath that the border was secure and that they were following the laws. And in fact, when I knew, with my team, my great team in Florida, not only within the Attorney General's office, but with the sheriffs across the state, local law enforcement, they saw what was happening. They saw the trafficking of children. They saw the peddling of poison in our communities. They saw what was happening as a result of an unencumbered border, a non-existent border, and the effects it was having in our state. I saw that firsthand. In fact,
President Biden came in, and in his policies, and I think it's really important that we put this in perspective, because we have some families here today with us that have lost loved ones. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for reminding us of the duty that we owe the American people to protect them through our policies, and not just adopting good policies like here in the Congress, but making sure they are faithfully executed and enforced by the executive branch, which is what the Constitution requires of our president. And so I appreciate you being here and reminding us all of the solemn responsibility and duties that we owe you. And we owe every American out there that's trusted us with these roles. President Biden came in and upended precedent of Democratic and Republican presidents. And that precedent was to deport those here illegally that had committed felony crimes, from trafficking to violent crimes to other types of crimes, where they would have been deported. They stopped doing that. They reversed that policy. We also saw policies at the border that required more and more people to be pushed in. I would say, and I said many times, they are requiring a certain number of people every day to be pushed in, quotas, and they were demanding that they process faster, 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 until vetting was practically non-existent. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember that anywhere between 11 million and the 20 million people that came in, we were talking about the fact that encountered people were on the terrorist watch list, had been murderers, had been rapists, had been drug traffickers. We had encountered those people that were trying to come in. But can you acknowledge, and do you remember, that there were many gotaways, millions, that we have no idea their background? We have no idea why they didn't walk up and go to the welcoming committee, which was what President Biden rolled out. We don't know their backgrounds, and we don't know where they are today. Is that correct?
Yes, and because the Biden administration pulled Border Patrol agents off the border and used them to process people and to feed people and to move paperwork, great chunks of our border had no surveillance at all. There was no security on other chunks of our border, and the cartel used that as a mechanism to divert attention. They would push thousands of people across the border in locations so that the other part of the border miles down could be exposed, and they could move their human trafficking and their drugs across the border unimpeded. The Biden administration facilitated that and gave the cartels exactly what they needed to enrich themselves, to commit their crimes, to build themselves up and perpetuate more violence. And that's why we're dealing with cartels now that are foreign terrorist organizations that are everywhere in this country. Years ago, you wouldn't even heard of foreign gangs like MS-13 or TDA. In fact, TDA didn't have a presence.
Taking over apartment complexes.
Yes, absolutely.
But we sure saw that during the Biden administration.
Yeah,
and in addition to breaking down any sense of border, pushing more and more in, more and more, to where the Border Patrol said they were telling us they were asking us for our advice how not to stop it, but how they could process faster. They also built programs to make it easier during that surge, overwhelming surge, using apps to make it easier to come over here. And many of those folks were not vetted. In fact, we found them committing crimes in our nation after they came over on the app. Is that correct?
That is
An app
correct.
I alleged was illegal and couldn't be done. But yet they pushed forward, even though we were experiencing a historic surge and influx at our border. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
In fact, some Democratic states even had to declare an emergency based on Biden's policies and what was going on, right?
That is correct.
And they declared an emergency, and they demanded more money from the administration because they couldn't keep pace with the emergency that the Democratic President Biden and his radical handlers created.
Correct.
And at the same time as Florida Attorney General, I got calls from around my state that drug traffickers that were prosecuted here that were not American citizens, but they were incarcerated in federal prisons. So I want to underscore this. The only reason they're in America is because they were drug traffickers. They were not American citizens. We brought them here. We prosecuted them here. And they were serving an incarcerative portion of their sentence. And after that, instead of deporting them back to their country after they did that, they were pushing them back into the communities where they were prosecuted, even though they weren't citizens. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you know that during that time period, when I pressed for information on who they were and where they were going and where they were being pushed, do you know that they They stymied our efforts and would not give us that information. Would you say that what you are faced with as a secretary is unlike any successor has had to deal with in terms of cleaning up a dangerous, threatening situation created by their predecessor?
Yes, absolutely. And it's not just the illegal immigration situation. It's the crime. It's the amount of individuals in this country that wish to do us harm that they let in, the amount of known and suspected terrorists that we know are here that we need to find and remove before they perpetuate harm on this country, to the neglect at FEMA, the politicization of FEMA, how they only did disaster response to individuals who aligned with the Democratic Party and their ideals and ignored other families who were suffering and had lost everything. What we saw as far as not investing in Secret Service and TSA and intelligence and analysis. And then CISA was manipulated and censoring people's First Amendment rights. It was deciding what was misinformation and disinformation and trying to manipulate election outcomes, and that has been fixed. So under the 23 agencies.
How important is it? In Florida, I was so proud of my state. When we had an administration that came in and said, we're going to put the American interest safety first again. And it was so clear who supports that at the State of the Union.
Yep.
Every one of the counties, 67 counties in my state signed up and said, we will help you. We will enter in agreements with you. We will help you track these people down that should not be here, that have committed crimes. We will work with you. I, as a senator, said, let's get you money to help reimburse them for those efforts. Does that make a difference? And did you see a difference in the way you engaged with states and the stability and safety of all involved when you didn't have people working with you hand in hand?
Oh, absolutely. And we're thrilled. We have over 1,400 law enforcement agreements through the 287G program at the state and local level that have partnered with us to do operations to address public safety threats and to get them out of communities. And those individuals that are local law enforcement are critical partners in the success and safety of the American people.
And I would just ask for you to keep engaging with those sheriffs of the local communities, asking how they think best to safely do these operations. I think
Just spent yesterday with all of our sheriffs, with all 4 associations and hundreds of sheriffs, thanking them for the work they do.
Thank you for being here.
Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the families who are here who have lost loved ones, both who lost loved ones to violence perpetrated by immigrants, but also to those who have been seriously injured by ICE agents, and to those watching who have had family members killed by ICE agents. Madam Secretary, I want to ask you about one of the first claims you made in the immediate aftermath of the shooting of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. You accused them both, I think, within hours of engaging in domestic terrorism. You've testified earlier that you did so based on preliminary field reports. Who told you that these 2 victims were engaged in domestic terrorism? Where did you get that information from?
I've said before, and will repeat again for you, Senator, that those reports were coming from on-the-ground agents that were there. It was a chaotic scene.
So you spoke to agents on the ground who told you they were domestic terrorism?
Yes.
Domestic terrorists?
My team was working with me, talking to those agents on the ground to relay as much information as possible that we could to the American people.
Your team told you that people in Minneapolis said they were domestic terrorists. Did they tell you whether they had any basis for that claim within either minutes or hours of the shooting of Alex Preddy and Renee Good?
Sir, if you look back at the day of January 24th, there was a press conference earlier in the day, and then I held one hours later.
So I'm asking
and we were also
asking you, did you determine whether there was any basis for the sensational claim, a claim that proved to be utterly false, that these 2 victims were engaged in domestic terrorism?
There is an investigation ongoing. The FBI is leading that. There's also internal investigations that are ongoing.
I'm asking you
We'll continue to bring the facts forward.
Excuse me, Madam Secretary. I'm asking about your statements in the immediate aftermath of these shootings. Your statements based on completely unvetted information that if it was even provided to you proved to be utterly false, that you were content to tell the whole country Do you have any concern about misleading the whole country? Don't you think in the immediate aftermath of a shooting that you should provide only vetted information to the public? How do you imagine you're going to gain the trust of the American people if you're pushing out false information about the shooting of American citizens?
I work every day to get factual information to the American
well, you
people.
Didn't on that day. You didn't on the day that Alex Preddy was shot, and you certainly didn't on the day Renee Good was shot. You weren't getting out good information. You were making a spurious claim that has caused endless injury to the victims' families on the basis of God knows what. And then your agency doesn't allow local investigators. They essentially push away independent investigators. How is the public to have any confidence in investigations done of excessive use by ICE agents if, number one, you make immediate and false statements about the victims, and number two, you don't let any independent agency conduct an investigation? How is the public supposed to believe anything your agency says or finds?
These investigations are being done in the same way that they always are.
No, they're
and
not being
the
done.
FBI is
No, they're not
leading.
being
There
done
are
the way they
internal
always were,
investigations
because
as
you're not
well.
allowing-
In these situations,
you're not
ICE has an
allowing-
internal investigation.
Excuse me.
Well, would you like to hear about the investigations that are
Excuse
ongoing?
me. You're not allowing state and local investigators to
That is
participate.
that is not my decision.
And furthermore,
The Department of Justice and the FBI decides how
they're not
investigations
being
go.
conducted in the way investigations are always done. Are you telling me that in the case of Miramar Martinez, that having an agent involved in shooting her drive a vehicle that was used to ram into her vehicle, drive that vehicle, that evidence, away from the scene and 1,000 miles to Maine, you're telling me that's the way investigations are always done? That you let an agent involved in an officer-involved shooting drive a key piece of evidence 1,000 miles away? Is that how you conduct investigations at DHS?
I'm not conducting these investigations into these. The Department of Justice with the
Well, will you
FBI is
take-
conducting
will you
those
take some
investigations, and
responsibility
CBP.
for
and
how investigations are conducted
We
when agents under your control are engaged in the use of force?
The investigations into our officers have
I know
not changed
there's a
under
great
my
desire
leadership or the
to
President's
point the
leadership than what
finger.
they
Oh,
were under the previous
That's being
administration.
done by Pam Bondi's Justice Department. I'm not responsible for that
Our internal
malpractice,
investigations
or
are following the same
that's
policies
the orders
they
of
always
Stephen
have.
Miller, so I'm not responsible
No.
for that either. But you are responsible. You are responsible. You could insist on independent investigations, but you're not. You could wait until there's good information after a shooting before you go to the press and the public and mislead them. Let me ask you about a different subject, and that is the waste of resources at your agency, the continued allegations of favoritism and contracting, and let me in particular focus on the $220 million ad campaign, many of which feature you very prominently. An ad campaign that is more expensive than the whole budget for One Fight After Another or any Hollywood blockbuster film. So let me ask you, you said that the President approved this vast expenditure on a media campaign that largely profiles you. How do you know that? Did he approve it to you personally?
This media campaign was critical in telling the world
No,
and
I'm
this
asking about the
country
President's
that
approval.
we are enforcing the laws in the
I-
United States of
you
America.
testified
That if you're in
earlier in
your
answer
country
to-
illegally,
You testified
then you
earlier in
should
answer to
leave
Senator Kennedy's question. The
now,
President
or if you want the chance to come back to the United
So my
States
question is,
someday in
how
the
do you
future.
know-
If you don't, you will be
How do you
detained
know-
and
excuse
will be
me,
removed and never get the
Madam
chance to come
Secretary?
back.
How
It's
do
been
you know that
extremely
the
effective
President-
in sending the
Excuse me, Madam
message.
Secretary, how do you know the President approved of this $220 million contract?
We had conversations and worked with OMB to
So you had
make sure that
conversations
the
directly
funding
with the
was there.
President. Excuse me, I just want to clarify. So you had conversations directly with the President where he approved this $220 million ad campaign that significantly features you? Is that
Sir,
correct?
this campaign was talking about making sure that people knew that our laws were being enforced.
Again, I want to make sure that
We
we're not
continue to go through the
misunderstanding each
process.
other.
It was a
So the
competitive
President
bid
approved-
campaign.
excuse
I
me.
had nothing of choosing.
Excuse me, so the President approved this expenditure?
Sir, I've been explaining this to you, how it, when it was a competitive process,
well,
the
okay,
career
you say it was
officials at the
competitive process.
Department of
I guess you
Homeland
don't wanna-
Security
you don't want to
chose the
confirm the
best.
president's role in this, and I can understand why. But you say it was a competitive process, and yet this contract went to a company that didn't exist 2 weeks before they got the contract.
Sir, I can't speak
And-
to that. I don't
No,
know the name of that company.
You're
I'm
saying
sure
you can't speak to it, but let me ask you this. Are you saying it's just a coincidence? It's just a happy circumstance? It's just a
saying that-
a fortuitous event that 143 million of that went to a subcontractor that you worked with extensively as governor in South Dakota or during your campaign, that is just coincidental?
The same process was followed for this
So it's-
media
so it-
contract than any other
so
media
just a-
contract that's
just-
happened.
just a
At
coincidence
the
then.
Department of Homeland
And-
Security, I had
and-
nothing to do and no political
You
had
had
any,
nothing to do with it. Nothing
no
to do with it. So
choosing of who the
just a
contractors,
coincidence-
and we don't
excuse
have a
me,
legal process for
just a
weighing in on
coincidence
subcontractors.
also-
It doesn't exist.
Excuse me, just a coincidence also then that this $143
To ask
million
questions, you should want
excuse me,
the answers.
I'm trying to ask a question.
You're trying to
So
say that this
just-
was a political
just-
decision, and it
just
absolutely
another-
was not.
I'm just asking you. So it's just a coincidence that a $143 million subcontract went to the husband of your press person, also someone that Corey Lewandowski, one of your special government employees, worked with extensively. So that was all a coincidence, right? Because you had no knowledge of this, no
Media
involvement.
company that
and none of
gets
the
the
people around you
contract,
had any involvement.
the ability to
So
choose the
taxpayers should just
subcontractors.
assume
We don't
this is
weigh
a
in
coincidence.
on who subcontractors are. There's not a legal process for us to determine what subcontractors are a part of a contract
So can
that
you-
goes out
can
for a
you
competitive
state-
bid.
can you state
And
for the
only career
record-
employees at
excuse me,
DHS were in on the
Can you
choosing of
state
those
for
media
the record
contracts.
then that neither you nor Mr. Lewandowski nor your press secretary married to the husband of the person who got this $143 million
We were not
contract,
a part of the
Can you state for the
decision-making.
record that none of you that I've just described had any role, played any part, made any communication with any government agency that was involved in deciding who would get that contract?
To the best of my knowledge, none of us were involved in deciding who got those contracts
Not
for the media
deciding, but
campaign.
were any of you involved in advocating, communicating, or expressing a
Not to my
preference
knowledge,
in any
Senator,
way
not
with
to
the
my
government?
knowledge,
Excuse
Senator.
me. Let me just finish the question. Were any of you involved in any way in communicating, expressing a preference in any form, manner, verbal, written, with any government agency that was involved in the contracting
The
process?
same process was followed for that contract that is
You're
for
not
all
answering
media
my question.
contracts that have gone forward. To my knowledge,
or no?
there was no involvement whatsoever of anybody that is on the political appointee side of this position and that media contract.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, good to see you again.
Good to see you, too.
If I could just start with a Missouri question. Last time you and I visited over in the Homeland Security Committee was shortly following a massive series of tornadoes in the state of Missouri, and you and I talked about that. You pledged your full support and FEMA's support in cleaning up the devastation which has happened. I thank you for that. I just want to follow up on one challenge that has come in the wake of the devastation. In the partnership with the state of Missouri, the city of St. Louis has stood up a debris removal project. Local officials currently estimate that about 10,000 homes, these were very significant tornadoes, about 10,000 homes in the area will require some assistance, debris removal assistance, by the time that efforts are completed. FEMA has very helpfully helped to fund this debris removal. Thank you for that. My question for you is, some of the conditions that have been placed on the funds by FEMA mean that only 100 or 200 homes out of those 10,000 can actually get access to FEMA debris removal funds. Here's my question for you. Would you be willing to work with me and the state of Missouri to see if we can remove some of this red tape so that more folks, more residents in the city, we're talking about thousands and thousands of people now, can get access to the debris removal and cleanup and get back in their homes if they need to, have their homes appropriately remedied so that folks can get a roof over their head?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank you again for all of your help on this. It's really been tremendous. I've heard a lot of complaining. You've heard a lot of complaining today. Let's just take a second to talk about the unqualified success that you have enjoyed since coming to office and been a big part of. Since the president has taken office, daily migrant encounters are down 92% from their peak under Joe Biden. Daily border apprehensions are down 95%. In fact, if I've got my numbers right, you correct me if I'm wrong, last year Southwest border apprehensions came in at the lowest annual total since 1970. So in 55 years, for 7 consecutive months, Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the country. 0. I mean, that's That is really something. And I want to make sure I get this number right. Removals. Your department reports that more than 2.5 million illegal aliens have left the United States since January of last year, over 620,000 through formal deportation proceedings, and an estimated 1.9 million through self-deportation. That's just an extraordinary record, a complete turnaround from the utter chaos and disaster we saw at the border under your predecessor. Just give us a sense, I mean, what does this mean, for example, for the flow of illegal drugs into our country? How has what's happened at the border, the effective closing of the border to crime and illegals, how's that affected the flow of drugs into
Senator,
our states?
with President Trump prioritizing having a secure border, that has cut the flow of fentanyl into this country by 56% over that border. Also because of the interdiction efforts that we've had between the Coast Guard being out there on Operation Riverwall, but also on our maritime waters doing interdiction there as well in partnership with CBP, in partnership with ICE and the Department of War, which are fantastic partners for us. We have confiscated and interdicted over 1.7 billion lethal doses of drugs, which means that is 1.7 billion people whose lives were saved because we stopped the cartels and other drug manufacturers from proliferating it on our children and our grandchildren.
How about crime? What has it meant for crime in this country?
We have historic low crime rates. In fact, since we've been keeping this data for 125 years, we've never had a lower murder rate than what we have right now. Even though we deal with challenges in sanctuary cities and in areas where they don't partner with us to bring and address public safety threats, we still have done fantastic work in getting criminals, murderers, and rapists off of our streets and protecting the American people.
How about human trafficking?
It's incredible the amount of ability that HSI has brought to the table in partnering with the FBI and going after human traffickers. In fact, of the 450,000 children that Joe Biden lost track of, allowed cartels to manipulate and traffickers to abuse, and even the government paid sponsors to abuse these children, we have found 145,000 of them, and we're not going to stop until we find every single one.
I'm glad that you mentioned child trafficking because it's so important, and I'll never forget having a whistleblower from HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, which you oversee, come to me in 2023 and reveal that 600 HSI investigators who were assigned to child exploitation and fentanyl cases, 600 of them had been pulled off of those child exploitation and fentanyl cases and moved to the southern border to, in the words of the whistleblower, make sandwiches for illegal immigrants and ferry them back and forth to doctor's appointments. At the same time that the administration in power at the time, the Biden administration, was, as you said, allowing and facilitating the largest child trafficking ring in American history. You have, I'm confident, remedied that problem and reassigned those HSI agents back to child exploitation, back to the interdiction of fentanyl. Let me just ask you about where child trafficking is moving now, which is increasingly online. I want to show you a chart here that is truly shocking, I think. This chart records the number of images and videos of suspected child abuse uploaded just in the United States, just in the year 2023. The far right side records the number just in 2023, 104,370,572 images of exploited children. In that same year, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children estimated that there were 20,500,000 cases, individual cases of suspected child abuse and child exploitation online. Now, there are many facets of this, but many of these images are being hosted on big tech platforms, social media platforms, and now AI platforms. We talked about Homeland Security investigations. You have a mandate and a unit to investigate child exploitation, to work with the FBI to prosecute it. My question is, first, are you getting cooperation when it comes to identifying the children in these images? Are you getting cooperation from the social media platforms who frequently are hosting these images to identify and then to take down the images? Are they helping you in your work of going after the abusers?
Yes, they are partnering with us. There's always more we can do, but President Trump has done a fantastic job bringing them to the table and getting them to engage with us to go after these criminals and these individuals who abuse our children.
You know, my big concern is with all of these data centers, I think there's 3,000 or 4,000 in the United States and another 4,000 that are coming online. If we don't take action soon and keep the pressure up to get rid of these images and to get the trafficking rings that are using these platforms to carry on their exploitation and to feed their trafficking rings, if we don't do that, I'm afraid that these data centers are going to be child porn libraries. You know, we're going to have 4,000 more child porn libraries in the United States of America. I don't want that. I know that you don't want that, and I just want to call on these companies again here today to take down these images and to allow the victims of these images and of this exploitation to be able to get into court and have their day in court. Currently, these companies are completely immune from any accountability in court, as you know, Madam Secretary. This is completely anomalous and totally unjust. And the companies ought to say, we will take down these images, we will work cooperatively with you, we will not support the traffickers, and we will stop this epidemic of child exploitation. Let me ask you one more thing about this. You know, with all of these images of kids online, I was shocked to learn recently that hundreds of thousands of children in these images are unidentified, which means that we don't know who they are, we don't know where they are, and maybe most significantly, we don't know where their abusers are. Now, I know that DHS works very hard on this. You have an entire section that works on victim identification and rescue. My question is to you, is it time for Congress maybe to give you some more resources?
Yeah,
I mean, I know that you've got agents who are working hard, but the truth of the matter is I was looking through your budget, you know, you just don't have that many folks who are able to work on victim identification. I was looking at the Interpol numbers. There's multiple databases of these exploited children. In the Interpol database alone, 90,000 kids are completely unidentified. In the UK's database, it's over 200,000. So here are these kids, there are pictures of them getting abused, exploited. We don't know who they are. We don't know where to send folks. Would it be helpful to you? Here's my question. Would it be helpful to you if Congress said, you know what, we're going to create more analysts, more child abuse expert positions, more forensic analysts, and more prosecutors to give to you to look at these images, figure out who these kids are, and go after their abusers? Would that be helpful in tackling this epidemic?
Yes, it'd be incredibly helpful, and especially HSI are experts at this work, and to have more resources to focus on these investigations would free more kids from that life of victimhood.
Tremendous. Well, I look forward to working with you on that. I'm going to introduce legislation to do just that. Thank you for the terrific work you're doing to end the epidemic of child exploitation in our country, to find the missing children that were brought in over the border, but also to find these children and to bring their abusers to justice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the families that are here, and you have my condolences. We appreciate your participation. I'd also like to acknowledge others who've lost their lives as a result of violence that did occur with ICE agents. Second, on the question of, Madam Secretary, welcome, on the question of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, I heard your answers to my colleague, Senator Schiff. But knowing what you do know, do you want to take an opportunity to apologize to their families that you characterized them on the basis of the information you had at the time, that they were engaged in domestic terrorism?
Yeah, I certainly offer my condolences to these families and for their loss. And it was a tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis, and we continue to work to make sure that those situations are handled appropriately.
I understand you're offering condolences. You said something that accused them of being domestic terrorists. A 37-year-old mother of three, a 37-year-old Veteran Administration nurse. one question. Do you want to apologize for that characterization that they were domestic terrorists?
I will continue every day to get up and to work hard to give
All right, thank you.
everybody
We won't get
factual
into-
information
I wanna
and do all
move
that I
on.
can to portray it.
I want to move on to the use of department resources. Senator Kennedy asked a number of questions about this contract, $220 million. Senator Schiff asked about it as well, and I do too. I don't want to question what the purpose was, but how the award was made. This is $220 million. It was an advertising campaign, as I understand it, that featured you and you on a horse at Mount Rushmore. The contract was a no-bid contract. You acknowledge that?
I wasn't involved with this contracting process, so my understanding is that there was many companies that competed for this contract.
The answer to that is yes or no.
I don't believe it was. I believe other
All right,
companies competed for this because there was two different vendors that were chosen.
I have here a document from usspending.gov. And this document specifically states the justification for no bid contract that goes to Safe America Media and People Who Think. Those are the two entities that did the campaign, correct?
I believe it is. I wasn't a part of this
All right,
contracting process.
let's get
so-
serious here.
Yes.
Okay? Make the Safe America was incorporated 11 days or 7 days by my count before they got an award of $143 million. You have any dispute with that?
Are you talking about the subcontractor on that contract? Because we
Safe
have,
America.
Senator, I wasn't a part of this decision.
Okay.
We followed the same processes
Madam
that have been
Secretary,
our policies and
I'll
how
go
these
through
are
this,
was
and then you
conducted
can answer.
appropriately.
I will go through this and then you can answer. I don't want us to be talking over each other. Safe America was incorporated 11 days or 7 days by my account before they got a $143 million contract. Now, as a administrator who has fiscal responsibility over a huge budget, do you realistically think that a company that was created 11 days before they got $143 million is in a position to execute on a $143 million contract?
Senator, I can't speak to their business model. I will tell you that since I've been at the department, I have reviewed over 10,000 contracts. I
let
have
me keep
saved the
going through this.
taxpayers
I don't
over
want to filibuster.
$13
I
billion
want to go through this,
by
Madam Secretary.
renegotiating contracts and being more efficient.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want the filibuster, all right? And I want my time back. I'm not denying her a chance to answer. I'm asking you to deny her the abuse to filibuster. Okay.
Of that.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll go through this, all right? This is on a U.S. government website that says that contract for $143 million was a no-bid contract. Public documentation says the contract of $143 million went to the Safe America company, created 11 days before they got an award. That company then subcontracted with the strategy group, and you are familiar with many of the principals in the strategy group, correct?
I know one of them.
Mr. Yoho.
Yes.
And let me show you a photograph. That's Mr. Yoho standing next to you, correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Yoho is also the husband of your former spokesperson. Is that correct?
Correct.
Tricia McLaughlin.
Yes.
So your former secretary, your former assistant secretary and her husband are the ones that got the subcontract from Safe America. or from Safe America. That's what the record shows. Any dispute about that?
No, except there was no politicals, myself or anyone else besides career employees who are a part of that process.
Except
for putting out those
Well,
contracts and
that's
choosing those
generous.
vendors.
But what you have is the Republican operative.
Well, you're trying to insinuate that
I'm not
I put
insinuating.
my-
I'm
Yes,
stating a
you're-
fact. The fact is
You're saying that I
Mr.
weighed in on this
Yoho-
contracting
Mis-
process, and I did not.
Mr. Chairman, the fact is that Mr. Yoho was married to your assistant secretary, is married, correct?
Yes, they are still married.
All right. And Mr. Yoho also ran an ad campaign for you in your gubernatorial campaign, correct?
Yes,
And he also attended your inauguration.
yes.
And Mr. Yoho received $8.5 million, or his company did, from the taxpayers of South Dakota when you ran an ad promotion showing you doing various jobs, like a plumber and a dentist, correct?
Again, that was done according to the law and processes at the state of South
I
Dakota.
understand, but
Yes,
this
well,
is a person that worked on your campaign. This is a person that worked on your media plan in South Dakota when you were governor, and this is a person who also worked on your memoir. Is that correct?
on my memoir.
And he worked with Mr. Lewandowski. Is that correct?
I don't know, sir. I don't know about the business
Mr.
arrangements they've had in the
Lewandowski
past.
is your special advisor.
Special government employee.
Right.
For the White
and
House.
Mr. Lewandowski brought Mr. Yoho into your camp. They had worked on the Louisiana governor's campaign, correct?
No, I knew Ben Yoho before that.
All right. So the person that you knew, Mr. Yoho, the husband of your assistant secretary, is the person in the company that got the subcontract 11 days after this original company, Safe America, was founded. That's the record. So I have a question. Did Mr. Lewandowski receive any compensation directly or indirectly from Safe America or from the strategy group?
Senator, I don't have any information to that. I can't speak to that.
Would that be of interest
think so.
for you to find out?
Sure.
Well, so will you ask Mr. Lewandowski, did he get any compensation directly or indirectly from these contracts?
Are you asking me to go ask him?
Yes, I am. Ask your special government advisor,
I can do that.
and you'll get back to us.
Get back to you. Yes,
All right,
absolutely.
we will want that. Now, you said at a cabinet meeting on March 24th that we are going to eliminate FEMA. Is that correct?
Eliminate FEMA as we know it, that it was no longer going to be a politicized disaster response
Madam-
agency, that President Trump was
Madam
going to ensure that
Secretary,
it was there to respond.
We need FEMA reform. The people of Vermont have suffered. We had floods in July 14th of 2023, 2024.
Ever has in history, and empowering states and local emergency management directors to
Well,
respond.
I saw
And we
the-
come in and
I
support
saw the
them as well.
graph that Senator Tillis held up, and that's not what that graph says.
We've
Mr.
had-
Chairman, I yield back.
Okay. Three things before I call on Senator. Did you have a couple minutes you wanted to address something, or should I go on?
No, that's fine. I just would like to say that FEMA has gone forward and done 60 different emergency disasters, 41 major disasters, and that they have overwhelmingly responded and taken care of American citizens and removed the politicization that Joe Biden put into the agency. I'm proud of the work that FEMA has done. They've deployed dollars immediately and responded and partnered with other agencies to save people such as the Coast Guard and CBP in the flooding situations in Texas, and have continued to make sure that while local emergencies are executed at the local level, that they're managed by states, and that the federal government is there to support.
The Department of Homeland Security shutdown is now in its third week. It should come as no surprise that the Democrats opposed enforcement of our immigration laws. They did so for 4 years when they controlled the White House. Just last week, they refused to stand and support President Trump's call to protect American people during the State of the Union, but Homeland Security includes other critical entities like Secret Service, FEMA, TSA, a Coast Guard that Democrats refuse to fund and whose workers aren't getting paid. The primary responsibility of the federal government is to keep the American people safe, so it's critical that Democrats fund DHS in the end of this reckless political exercise. The hearing record will remain open for 1 week. Members should get their questions to the secretary at the end of the week. My expectation is that the department will answer the committee's questions for the record. Senator Noem, Secretary Noem, Senator Cruz is going to adjourn this meeting.
Okay.
I'm going to go to another meeting. I thank you for your appearance today. Senator Cruz.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary.
Yes, hi, Senator.
Congratulations on a grueling morning. I am the last thing between you and returning to work. Let me start by saying thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for accepting the charge to protect this nation at a time of enormous peril and at a time, sadly, of far too much politicization and demonization of the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security was founded in the wake of the September 11th attacks, after nearly 3,000 Americans were murdered on our soil. It exists because we learned at terrible cost that vigilance is not optional. And the success of vigilance is quiet and often ignored. It is measured not in headlines, but the absence of them. The flights that land safely. The plots that never materialize. The threats that are intercepted before they reach our communities. Like sentinels standing watch at the walls of a city, the men and women of DHS guard the homeland day and night with extraordinary dedication and professionalism. And yet, over the past 18 days, Democrats have shut down the very department tasked with that mission, weaponizing the budget process to advance political disagreements. The same voices that once called to abolish ICE and defund the police have now left the sentinels unsupported and the watchtower dark. That is what the Democrat shutdown has done. Let's get to the truth. For the American people, this oversight hearing is about three things: where we were, what has been accomplished, and where we need to go next. Let's start with where we were. Secretary Noem, when you walked into DHS, what was the state of operational control at the southern border that you inherited?
There was no operational control. In fact, our Border Patrol agents and federal officers were being forced to help facilitate the invasion of dangerous criminals and aliens into our country.
Were daily encounters at or near historic highs?
Yes, they absolutely were at historic highs. That's the worst we've ever seen.
Between 2021 and 2024, the Biden administration released more than 13 million illegal aliens into this country after encountering them at the southern border. Is that correct?
Yes, that we know of. There could be millions more.
DHS data reflects during this period of mass releases into the interior, crimes committed by foreign nationals included at least 15,000 homicides and more than 20,000 sexual assaults. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I will say, these numbers are not abstractions. And I will say to all the angel families here, thank you for being here. Thank you for holding the photographs of your children, of your spouses, of your parents, of your brothers and sisters who should be with you. Names like Jocelyn Nungary and Laken Riley and Rachel Marin. Jocelyn, just 12 years old, was killed just miles from my house. raped and murdered by 2 Venezuelan gang members that the United States government had apprehended and then released. And when they were released, they traveled to Houston, Texas, and they kidnapped a 12-year-old girl and raped and murdered her. In your time at DHS, has anyone in the leadership of the previous administration explained why the hell they let so many violent criminals free in our country?
No, they haven't. In fact, under the Biden administration and Mayorkas's leadership, they closed the victim's office at ICE, the Voices office that would help families that suffered a loss like Jocelyn's family and Lakin's family and Rachel's family. They had no resources, no way to track court appearances or to get counseling services, no support whatsoever. They purposely closed that down to punish these families even more.
So it wasn't just murderers and rapists that were being released in this country. The open border under the Democrats also became a pipeline for poison, killing our children. Secretary Noem, when you took office, is it correct that fentanyl was the leading cause of death for Americans between the age of 18 and 45?
That's correct.
Was the volume of fentanyl crossing our southern border at or near record levels?
Yes, it was.
And would you agree that when operational control collapses, cartels exploit that chaos?
They exploit it and they become enriched from it.
So now let's talk about what has been accomplished under President Trump's leadership. Under President Trump's leadership, we have had 0 illegal aliens released for 10 straight months. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In President Trump's first year back in office, how many illegal aliens have left the United States?
2.5 million have left voluntarily, and we have arrested, detained, and removed close to 700,000 now.
And how many known or suspected terrorists have been removed?
We have over 1,500 now today that have been apprehended and are being brought to justice.
In the first 100 days of the second Trump administration, is it correct that daily border encounters decreased by approximately 93%?
Yes, that is correct.
That encounters with gotaways, those who are escaping apprehension, decreased by roughly 95%.
That is correct.
And that illegal crossings overall fell by 99%.
That is correct.
And how much in illegal drugs are we interdicting at the border?
Well, fentanyl has dropped by 56% in just the last year, from 2024, where there was historic highs coming into the country, to historic lows in 2025 under President Trump's leadership.
And I would note that securing the border, targeting narco-terrorists, arresting and prosecuting Nicolas Maduro, all of those have had extraordinary effects. Is it correct that nationwide the murder rate has decreased 20% in the last year?
It has. It's at a historic low. In the last 125 years, we are at the lowest murder rate that our country's experienced.
Is it also correct that the number of drug overdose deaths in America has decreased 20% in the last year?
That is correct.
That literally means there are thousands of Americans who are alive today, who would not be alive if President Trump had not been reelected and if Republicans had not won control of Congress. Would you agree with that?
That is correct.
It means, tragically, that had the Democrats' open border policies continued, there would be more and more rows of people, Americans holding pictures of loved ones. We don't know who the loved ones are that weren't murdered this last year. We don't know who the loved ones were that didn't die of fentanyl overdoses, but we know that many more Americans are dead. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I will tell you a particularly infuriating illustration. Several weeks ago, the Houston Chronicle had a front page story, top of the fold. Banner headline, murder rate in Houston, Texas decreases by 18%. And Heidi, my wife, handed me the article because she knew it would piss me off. And she was correct. The article says the murder rate has dropped 18%. Experts are baffled as to why, and we can think of no reason whatsoever why the murder rate would drop. It clearly is not connected to anything that is happening anywhere. Madam Secretary, is it a reasonable inference that arresting and deporting murderers and gangbangers results in fewer murders?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And that arresting and deporting drug traffickers and stopping narco traffickers results in fewer people dying of drug overdoses?
That's correct.
It is amazing that that cause and effect is so difficult to figure out. Now, where do we go from here? As we sit here today, are there Border Patrol agents right now working with zero pay?
The agents and law enforcement officers are being paid. Some of the support staff and administrative staff is not able to.
Is the shutdown making it harder to sustain the enforcement gains that the American people demanded?
Yes, it is.
Does the funding instability affect morale within the department?
It does. Overwhelmingly, people at the Department of Homeland Security love their jobs and come to work recognizing how important their mission is. But they become discouraged when they can't pay their bills and can't feed their families, and especially when they have multiple shutdowns, which tells them that members of this body and the Democratic Party don't think they're important enough to get paid for the work that they do.
Now, we are right now engaged in military conflict with Iran. At this time, do you assess that there is a real danger and risk of terrorism in the United States?
Every day there's a real danger and risk of it, but it is elevated at this time with the conflicts that we see going on overseas.
Well, and tragically, this past Sunday in Austin, Texas, we saw that unfold. A mass murderer who arrived wearing a sweatshirt that said "Property of Allah," who was wearing a T-shirt with the flag of Iran, who had a Koran in his car, opened fire on a bar in Austin, Texas. Among those murdered, Ryder Harrington, age 19, Sabbath Hashan, age 21, and Jorge Peterson, age 30. Secretary Noem, is it correct that this mass murderer was born in Senegal?
He was, and then he was naturalized during the Obama administration.
He was naturalized in 2013. Would you agree that weaknesses in screening, vetting, or oversight, even in years in the past, can reverberate years later with deadly consequences?
Yes, absolutely. That's why in green cards and naturalization purposes, the last several years under the Biden administration, we are re-vetting individuals from countries of concern.
And despite the risk of more terrorism, of more Americans being murdered by radical Islamic terrorists, Democrats are nonetheless voting over and over again to cut off funding to the Department of Homeland Security.
And encouraging resistance against our law enforcement, encouraging violent rioters to continue to resist us and to protest against ICE and the operations that we do to uphold the law.
You know, it wasn't long ago that common sense prevailed, that there was bipartisan agreement, that we agreed we all support the police, we all support law enforcement, we all want to see criminals in jail, we believe murderers should be in jail, we believe rapists should be in jail, we believe child molesters should be in jail, we believe gangbangers should be in jail. Today, tragically, the Democrat Party has decided they are the party of illegal immigrants, they are the party of murderers and rapists and child molesters and gangbangers. And the men and women who are on the wall, the men and women who are defending us from these violent criminals, to the Democrats, they are the enemy. And they engage in rhetoric that is shameful, attacking Border Patrol agents, attacking ICE agents, calling them Nazis, calling them Gestapo, calling them terrorists. cheering on violence against law enforcement. It is utterly shameful. Where I want to speak to the men and women in your department. I want to speak to those Border Patrol agents, those ICE agents, all the men and women who are on that line. I want to say thank you. We appreciate you, your service, your courage. 31 million Texans say thank you. And by the way, the violence is occurring in Democrat states where it's cheered on by Democrat politicians.
That's true.
It is shameful. And Secretary Noem, I want to say thank you for getting up and going in and doing your job every day. Thank you for making my family safer. Thank you for making the families of 31 million Texans safer. Thank you for the honorable work of the Department of Homeland Security, and to everyone there. God bless you, and again to the Angel families. Thank you for speaking out and having the courage to say your loved ones mattered. They are not forgotten. I want to apologize on behalf of the federal government. Your loved ones should never have lost their lives. If the federal government had done its damn job, these murderers wouldn't be here. Thank you, Secretary Noem. And with that, I don't have a gavel, but this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.